Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Chapter 1. The Quiet Pull-Off. My dad taught me the Red River Gorge the way other fathers teach a kid a second language by sound, first then meaning. Before I knew the names of the trails, I knew the voice of the road. Chimney Top Road had its own rhythm, the soft hiss of tires on pavement that turned to a dry chatter when someone hit the gravel spurs, the brief rattle of a loose tailgate, the way an engine would strain for a second on the grade and then relax as it crested. At night, you could tell the difference between a sedan coasting and a pickup holding a low gear just by the pitch. The gorge was all limestone and laurel and old stories, but the road was the thing that never lied. A car was a car, a truck was a truck, and if a vehicle was coming, you heard it unless it wanted you not to. That was the first lesson. The second lesson was that the gorge looks like freedom until you learn how many ways it can close around you. I grew up camping there, not the postcard version with a big campground and neat numbered sites and a ranger in a clean hat. We did the gravel pull-offs and the roadside spurs and the little unmarked pockets where people had been sneaking overnight stays for years. My dad kept a paper map folded in the same creases until it looked soft as cloth. He marked it with pencil like it was a living thing, good spot, bad spot, don't stop, cell signal here, no signal for 2 miles. He pointed out which roadside sites were legal, which were tolerated, and which were just traps in disguise, places that looked safe because they were flat, but were flat because water pooled there, or because someone had scraped them out for reasons that weren't camping. He had rules for everything. Not the dramatic kind. The kind you only respect after you've been scared and survived. Don't set up in a low spot if rain is possible. Don't leave food where your hands can't reach it fast. Don't assume quiet means empty. Don't let the dark rush you into bad decisions. And the one he repeated the most, the one that always came out the same exact way, like a line he'd memorized. If a truck rolls by with its lights off, don't pretend it's nothing. He didn't say it like a ghost story. He said it like advice about changing a tire. Because in his mind, and later in mine, the worst things in the woods weren't supernatural. They were human. They were the kind of problem with hands and patience, the kind of problem that could watch you from behind a windshield and decide if you were worth the trouble. I hadn't been back to the gorge in a while, not for an overnight. Life does that to you. You still love a place, but you start loving it from a distance. You do day hikes and leave before dark. You scroll photos on your phone and tell yourself you'll go next month when your schedule opens up. Next month turns into next season. Next season turns into next year. Then my cousin Logan texted me in early October. He was coming through town for 2 days, passing between jobs, and he wanted to camp one night only. He'd gotten into the kind of outdoor gear obsession that happens when you spend too much time on YouTube and too little time actually sleeping outside. He'd bought a hammock setup that cost more than my first car payment. He sent me photos like a proud new dad, an underquilt, a tarp with doors, a ridgeline organizer full of tiny stuff sacks. Everything was ultralight. Everything was dialed in. Everything was supposed to make sleeping outside feel effortless. Just one night, he wrote. We can hit sunrise at Chimney Top, then Waffle House after. You owe me a real trip before I move. I almost said no. Not because I didn't want to go. Because the word overnight always carries a weight you don't feel until you're in the dark, and you realize you can't fast forward to morning. I was tired. Work had been grinding me down in that slow, ordinary way. My shoulders felt like they'd been tightened with wire. I wanted something clean, something simple, A night where the only thing I had to think about was how cold the air would get and whether we'd packed enough water. The gorge felt like the right answer. Familiar, close, controlled in a way wilderness never truly is. So I texted him back, "Pick you up at 4. We'll be set up before dusk. Early bed, sunrise, Waffle House." He replied with an obnoxious amount of fire emojis. That Tuesday evening had the kind of calm that makes you forget what season you're in. Cool air, yes, but gentle. The sky a clean, pale blue that faded slowly instead of snapping into dark. It was a weeknight, so traffic was light. The scenic byway rolled between hardwoods that were just starting to turn maples, showing their first reds, oaks going dull gold. The leaves weren't down yet, which meant the forest still looked full, still looked like it could hide anything it wanted. Logan talked the whole drive. He explained the hammock like he'd invented it. He told me about knots and angles and how far apart the trees should be. He said words like storm mode and porch mode, and he kept tapping his phone to pull up forecasts, even though I'd already checked them twice. "No rain," I said, watching the road. "We'll be fine." "Yeah, but wind can be a factor," he said like he'd been born inside an anemometer. I smiled because it felt good to be annoyed by something harmless. The last paved turn came up the way it always does, almost too easy to miss if you're not looking for it. After that, the road narrows, and the pull-offs get rougher, and the gorge starts feeling less like a park, and more like a place where you can disappear if you make the wrong choice. We passed a couple of day hikers packing up at their cars, a family loading a stroller, someone in a Subaru with a roof box. Ordinary people doing ordinary things, which always makes you feel safer than you should. Then we rolled past the last of that, and the road began to empty. I noticed things automatically without trying. A fresh scrape where someone had pulled off too hard and spun gravel. Tire tracks and damp patches that hadn't dried yet. A crushed beer can shining in the ditch like a little signal flare. The byway bent and straightened and bent again. We went quiet for a while. The kind of quiet that happens when the scenery starts doing the talking. That's when I saw the truck. It was parked in a gravel pull-off on the right side, nose out toward the road like it was ready to move. White pickup, older model. The passenger door didn't match, primer gray, dull and flat against the white paint. The driver's window was down. One headlight lens was cloudy like a cataract. 2 men sat inside. No radio glow, no phone screens, no movement that I could see, not at first. Just the shapes of them still as if they'd been cut out and placed there. As we came level, both heads turned. It wasn't a casual glance. It wasn't the bored look of someone killing time. Their eyes locked onto our windshield like they expected something to happen, like they expected someone else to appear behind it. No nod, no wave, no friendly flick of fingers off the steering wheel. Just staring. A prickle moved across my scalp. It wasn't fear yet. Not fully. More like my body tapping me on the shoulder and saying, "Pay attention." Logan noticed it too. I saw his smile falter in the reflection of the passenger window. He said, trying to sound amused. "Friendly locals." I didn't answer. I kept my speed steady. I didn't want to brake, didn't want to look like we were reacting. My dad's rules weren't about being brave. They were about not giving away information. In the side mirror, the truck stayed still. No lights, no door opening, no engine start. We drove on. For a minute, I told myself it was nothing. 2 guys waiting for a friend. Hunters. People doing something legal or illegal that had nothing to do with us. The gorge attracts all kinds. Most of them are harmless. But my dad's voice stayed in my head anyway, quiet and stubborn. Lights off means they don't want witnesses. We kept going until we found what we came for, a tucked-in roadside site a little under a mile from the overlook lot. It was one of those places you wouldn't notice unless you'd camped there before, or unless you were looking for exactly that kind of gap in the laurel. A faint track led off the road, just a short pull-in behind young hardwoods. Enough cover that headlights wouldn't wash directly over it. Close enough to the lot that we wouldn't be fumbling in the dark for long at dawn. It looked like luck. The moment we rolled in, I saw the first sign that luck wasn't the right word. The fire ring was already there. Not just rocks in a circle. Rocks blackened with use, ash packed down. Someone had been here recently. The ground around it was flattened in that familiar pattern of repeated boots and repeated chairs. There were a few piles of broken glass half buried in the ash, like someone had tried to clean up by pushing trash into the one place fire is supposed to erase evidence. A cutting board sat off to the side on a flat stone, one edge charred black, like someone had held it too close to flame, like someone had tried to burn something off it. Logan was already excited, hopping out with his hammock straps like a kid in a toy store. "This is perfect," he said. "Dude, listen, no one around." I stood still for a second with my door open, letting the air hit my face. The gorge air is different. It has a mineral sharpness to it, sandstone and damp earth, the smell of leaves that have started to rot, but haven't given up yet. The laurel around us formed a tunnel, glossy and thick, catching the last light like dark green leather. Somewhere up the road, a car passed. The sound moved through the trees and faded, and then it was quiet again. Quiet enough that I could hear Logan's nylon straps whisper as he pulled them from his pack. I told myself to relax. This was what we came for. This was the good kind of tired. We worked fast, practiced. 2 hammocks about 12 feet apart, straps around sturdy trunks. Logan's tarp went up like a neat little roof with clean angles. I pitched my fly low more out of habit than necessity, the way my dad taught me, low and tight, so wind can't get under it and turn your shelter into a sail. We stashed the cooler under the bumper for shade even though the sun was already dropping. I lashed our food into a tote with cord and clipped bear spray to my hip belt, where my hand would find it without thinking. Logan teased me about it, said something about me being paranoid. I didn't argue. Out here you can be friendly about safety, or you can be dead polite about regret. We ate ramen and jerky and watched the sky dim through the trees. The light turned honey-colored, then thin and gray, then it slipped away. The woods thickened around us. The laurel became a wall. The road noise dropped until it felt like the world had narrowed to our little circle of packed dirt and ash. Logan kept talking, telling me how he'd seen some guy online do a ridgeline trick that kept condensation from dripping into your underquilt. He laughed at his own jokes. He kept things light. I nodded and listened and let myself enjoy it. Because for a while it was just camping. Just 2 guys in a familiar place chasing a sunrise like it was something you could catch and keep. Still, my eyes kept sliding back to the road. Not because I expected something. Because my dad's rules live in the body. They settle under your skin, and even when you don't want them, they're there. And when I finally lay back in my hammock and felt the nylon cradle my weight, I looked up through the leaves and thought briefly, quietly, about the white pickup with the mismatched door. Then I shut my eyes and told myself the same lie I've told myself 100 times in the woods. It's nothing. It's just quiet. Chapter 1. The quiet pull-off. We didn't say anything about the truck for the next few minutes. That's what people do when they feel a threat they can't name. They file it away like it's paperwork. They pretend if they don't touch it, it won't touch them. The road ahead tightened into a shallow cut between laurel thickets. The byway sign faded in the rear view. The last clean turnout with families and SUVs slipped behind us. The gorge became what it really is after dusk, narrow, wooded patient. Logan finally broke the silence, forcing a chuckle. Those guys were probably just waiting for a buddy, or, deer spotters. He said it like the phrase itself was supposed to cure the unease, like a label could turn a wrong feeling into a harmless one. Yeah, I said, because the easiest lie to tell is the one everyone already wants to believe. Deer spotters, hunters, locals, someone doing something none of our business. That was the story my brain tried to hand me neatly wrapped, but my chest didn't loosen. The image of that truck stayed sharp in my mind in a way normal details don't. The mismatched passenger door, primer, gray, dull like bone. The driver's window down even though the air was cold enough that your hands would sting if you left them exposed too long. The cloudy headlight lens. The way the truck was nose out, not tucked in like someone taking a break, but angled like someone ready to move. And those two men. They hadn't looked at us like people. They looked past us like we were glass, like they were waiting for a third shape to materialize behind our seats. My dad used to say that the gorge teaches you to read vehicles like you read weather. A car pulled in with its hood facing the woods means someone wants privacy. A truck backed in with the tailgate toward the road means someone wants to leave fast. A vehicle parked with lights off means the person inside doesn't care if you see them or doesn't want you to. And the worst sign, the one he said in the same even voice every time. If a truck rolls by with its lights off, don't pretend it's nothing. That rule sat in my throat now, like a hard pill. We drove another mile without seeing anyone. The road curled along a ridge, dipped, rose again. At one point, we passed a small pull-off with a view through the trees, the kind of spot you stop at during the day to take a photo and feel grateful. At night, it looked like a black mouth. Logan kept talking to fill space. He described his hammock like it was a science project. He told me he'd watched 3 hours of tarp reviews before choosing his. He laughed about how his friends said he'd become one of those guys who measures every ounce. I listened and nodded and let his chatter lay a thin blanket over the tension. We were two men in a moving car, the safest thing you can be in the woods. Rubber and metal and a key in your hand. Motion. Options. The danger in my head would fade once we were set up, I told myself. Once we were busy. Once the night became routine. Then Logan's phone chimed and he held it up. Look, he said. Sunrise is at 7:32. If we're hiking by 7, we'll catch it right when it hits the sandstone. Perfect, I said. I wanted perfect. I wanted ordinary. I wanted this to be one of those trips you barely remember. 2 months later, a blur of cold air and cheap coffee and a sunrise you forget to take a photo of because you're just there. We passed the last paved turn. The tires changed their song on the rougher surface. The car's suspension took on more work. I felt the shift in my body, that quiet alertness that comes when you know you're beyond the part of the world where help arrives quickly. It was right around then that I started noticing small things without choosing to. A set of fresh tire tracks crossing a damp patch in the road shoulder. A scraped spot in the gravel where someone had spun out. A little line of crushed leaves and snapped twigs leading into the brush, like a shortcut, like someone walking without caring about noise. Nothing that meant anything by itself. But the gorge doesn't hurt you with one big, obvious sign. It hurts you with small ones you ignore because you're tired. We found our roadside site a little under a mile from the overlook lot. It was tucked behind young hardwoods and laurel, a shallow pull-in that dropped just far enough off the road to hide your vehicle from a passing glance. Not far, not deep, just concealed in that lazy way that makes people think they have privacy. My dad would have called it a compromise spot. Close to the road if you need to run. Close enough to the road that someone can find you too. The second we rolled in, my headlights swept over the ground and caught the familiar scars of human use: flattened, earth-crushed, leaf litter, a dark ring of ash. Someone had been here. Not last season, not last year, recently. The fire ring was built up with stones that had been stacked and restacked. The ash was compacted. There were bits of broken glass half buried in it, glittering like teeth. A cutting board sat on a flat rock off to the side, one edge blackened, as if someone had held it too close to flame. In the wrong light, it looked like something that had been used for more than food. Logan didn't see any of that the way I did. He saw the trees. "Dude," he said, stepping out like the world was his, "this is money. Look at that spacing." He walked between two trunks and held his arms out, measuring. He'd been dreaming about this setup for days. His excitement was genuine, and for a minute it pulled me with it. We started unloading. Hammocks came out, straps, carabiners, the sound of nylon whispering through buckles, the small metallic click of hardware. Logan moved fast, almost too fast, like he wanted to prove to himself that the gear was worth the money. I moved slower, not because I didn't know what I was doing, because I was watching the edges. The laurel around us formed a thick wall, glossy leaves catching the last light like oil. Beyond that, the road was just a strip of darker dark. Every few minutes, a car passed far away, and I'd hear it before I saw the faint wash of headlights through the trees. The sound gave me comfort in a weird way. Vehicles are predictable. Noise is information. We pitched the hammocks about 12 feet apart. Logan's tarp went up with crisp angles, his knots neat. I hung mine in the usual way, fly pitched low out of habit. I stashed the cooler under the bumper for shade, even though the sun had already dropped behind the ridge. I lashed food into a tote with cord and clipped bear spray to my hip belt, where my hand could find it by muscle memory. Logan laughed when he saw it. "You expecting Yogi Bear?" "No," I said. "I'm expecting people." He rolled his eyes like I was being dramatic, but he didn't argue. He wasn't stupid. He just hadn't spent enough nights roadside to understand the difference between wilderness danger and human danger. We cooked simple ramen in a pot, jerky, a couple granola bars. The air cooled fast once the sun disappeared. That early October chill slid down the hollows and settled in the low spots like water. The woods grew heavier. The colors drained away until everything was just shape and shadow. Logan kept talking, planning the morning like it was guaranteed. "We'll wake up at 6, he said. "Coffee quick, then we'll hike in. I want to see that sandstone glow like in the photos. Then Waffle House. I haven't had Waffle House in like 3 years," I finished, because Logan says the same thing about everything. He laughed and leaned back in his hammock, swinging a little. For a while it felt normal. Normal is dangerous. Normal makes you stop listening. I kept hearing my dad's voice in my head anyway, not as a warning, more as a habit. If a truck rolls by with its lights off, I told myself I was being paranoid. I told myself those two men were nothing. I told myself that the gorge is full of people who look rough but are harmless. The mind is good at building comfort out of flimsy things. By the time darkness settled completely, the world around us had turned into a small circle, defined by our headlamps and the faint glow of our phone screens. Outside that circle, the forest might as well have been an ocean. Logan asked if we should build a fire. I said no, too visible, too much attention, and besides, we didn't need it. We were trying to be quiet. We were trying to be just another forgotten pocket of darkness. We climbed into our hammocks. We pulled our quilts up. We listened to the quiet settle. Then, a little after 10, an engine came up the grade. At first, it was just a low note in the distance, something you could have mistaken for wind in the tops if you weren't trained to hear it. Then it became clear, tires on pavement, steady and deliberate. I waited for the wash of headlights through the trees. It didn't come. The engine got closer, still no lights. That's when the cold in my chest turned solid. Logan whispered from his hammock. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I said. The sound slid past our sight slow enough that it felt intimate, like someone leaning close. The engine tone was lower than most sedans. A truck. It rolled by so slowly that I could pick out details even without seeing it. The slight clank of something loose in the bed, the faint squeal of a fan belt when the engine idled down. Then it stopped. Not at the pull-in, not right beside us. It stopped up the road at the spot where it could see the edge of our vehicle through the trees if it angled its head just right. The engine idled. The silence around it deepened, as if the woods were listening too. Logan chuckled softly, forced, probably just turning around. I didn't answer, because in my head, the truck wasn't turning around. It was looking. My heartbeat had become loud in my ears, not a panic thud, more like a steady drum, the body's way of reminding you that you're alive, and you should stay that way. The engine idled for a long moment. Then it crept forward again, slow, unhurried. The sound fell back into the dark. For a minute, all we could hear was the road cooling down again, the distant insect noise, the faint creak of hammock straps, as Logan shifted his weight. He whispered, "Okay. That's weird, but it's probably nothing, right?" I stared up through the leaves, my headlamp off, eyes adjusting to darkness. The gorge can get so quiet when the wind dies that you can hear your own thoughts as if they're spoken out loud. And in that quiet, my dad's rule didn't feel like advice anymore. It felt like a hand closing around the back of my neck. If a truck rolls by with its lights off, don't pretend it's nothing. I swallowed, tasting something metallic in my mouth like I'd bitten my tongue. "It's not nothing," I said very softly. Logan didn't reply. Maybe he didn't know what to say. Maybe for the first time that night, he was listening. The way I was listening, not to the forest, not to ghosts, but to the simple truth that sits underneath every peaceful camping trip. You are not alone out there just because it's quiet, and whoever passed us with their lights off wanted it that way. Chapter 1. The quiet pull-off. After the truck passed, we lay there like two people pretending sleep could be used as a shield. The woods didn't get louder, nothing broke, no branches snapped, no footsteps came crunching through the laurel. The gorge didn't offer us the clean comfort of a threat you can point to and name. It just went still again, and that stillness felt deliberate, like a room after someone closes a door. Logan shifted in his hammock, the nylon creaking softly. I heard him swallow. "You think it's those guys?" he whispered. "I don't know," I said, which was the truth that always feels like a lie. Could be anyone. Could be nobody, he offered, and I could hear the hope in it. He wanted this to be a story about nothing. I wanted that too. But my mind kept returning to one detail: the truck had stopped where it could see the edge of our vehicle. That wasn't an accident. That was a choice. And choices made in the dark are never neutral. We lay there for a few more minutes listening. The road stayed quiet. The air had that cold, damp edge now, like the night had settled into its final shape. Somewhere far off, a barred owl called once and then went silent, as if it had remembered it shouldn't advertise its location. Logan finally said, "We should just, go to the lot. Sleep in the car. It's right there." The idea of walking up the road with our gear in the dark, with a truck possibly circling my stomach, tightened. "No," I said more sharply than I meant to. Then I softened it. Not like that. If someone's out there, the road gives them a straight line. They can coast with their lights off again, and you won't even know until they're on you. Logan didn't argue. He was quiet for a beat, and then he let out a breath that sounded like he'd been holding it since the truck passed. "What do we do then?" he asked. The answer came out of me the way my dad's rules used to, practical, controlled, not romantic. "We get ready," I said. "We don't sit here guessing. We know the route to the overlook right short spur, but I don't want us fumbling around at dawn if we decide to move fast. Let's walk it now, preview it, then come back and sleep. If nothing happens, we're fine. If something does, we'll know exactly where we're going." Logan hesitated. Now, in the dark, better to move with purpose than sit here imagining the worst, I told him, and I realized I meant it. The imagination is a cruel animal. If you feed it in the dark, it grows teeth. We climbed out of our hammocks and moved quietly, headlamps set low. I put mine on red mode and cupped it with my hand so it didn't throw far. Logan did the same after I told him to. Our breath came out pale in the beam. The laurel closed around us as soon as we stepped onto the faint spur glossy leaves, brushing our shoulders like wet hands. No moon. Just that narrow tunnel of light on rock and leaves the world reduced to what was directly in front of our boots. It should have been familiar. It should have been simple. But everything at night feels like an imitation of itself, like the daytime version was a lie. We walked in silence, listening as much as we watched. Every time a twig snapped under Logan's boot, he froze like he'd committed a crime. The road only a few dozen yards away was a black presence through the trees. I kept expecting to hear an engine again, the slow approach of tires without light. Nothing came. We reached the last bend before the overlook lot and stopped. Logan let out a quiet breath relief. "See?" Logan let out a quiet breath relief. "See," he whispered. "It's fine. It's probably don't." I cut in softly. "Don't talk it into being fine." He shut his mouth. We turned back. On the way in near our camp, there's a damp patch where the trail dips slightly and water collects under leaves. When we'd walked out earlier, I'd seen our tracks plain as day in it, my tread, then Logan's. 2 clean signatures. Now on the way back, my red beam slid over the same patch, and my brain snagged. A new print sat laid over Logan's outward step, like someone had pressed it into place after we left. Deep heel, different tread. The toe shape was wrong, longer, more squared. The angle of it pointed not up the trail, not toward the lot, but toward our sight. Logan didn't see it at first. He was looking ahead. I reached out and grabbed his sleeve, stopping him with a grip that probably hurt. What he hissed. I angled my light. He leaned in. His face shifted, the last bit of casual confidence draining out as the shape of the print became clear. "That's not ours," he whispered. "No," I said. "It's fresh." My scalp prickled. I lifted my head and aimed the beam up the slope, trying to catch eye-shine movement, anything. Nothing moved. No deer, no raccoon, no human silhouette. Just trees and laurel, dense and black. The absence felt like a stare. We stood there too long, frozen by the kind of uncertainty that gets people hurt. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to move again. "Back to camp," I said. We started walking faster now, but not running. Running makes noise. Running makes you trip. Running turns you into prey. Then it happened. A single clean whistle carried down from above the camp. It didn't wobble like a bird call. It didn't have the messy, imperfect tone of nature. It was clear and sharp, like someone putting 2 fingers to their mouth and aiming the sound. Logan stopped so abruptly, I almost ran into him. "What was that?" he whispered, even though he knew. Before I could answer, 2 breaths later, there were 3 hard clacks spaced evenly. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of smooth rocks being struck together. Not thrown, not accidental, not random, a signal. I felt something cold slide behind my ribs, an old instinct waking up. I had spent enough nights out there to know when a noise was made for someone to hear it. Logan's voice went tight. "Dude, I know," I said. We walked into camp and knew it was wrong before we saw the details. There's a feeling you get when your space has been entered. Not a thought. A physical sensation like your skin is one layer thinner. My headlamp swept over the cooler first. The lid hung open. Not cracked, not shifted, open like someone had lifted it and let it rest that way. Cold air spilling into the night. The inside looked rummaged, not emptied like someone had looked without committing. The cutting board we'd set on a flat rock had been moved. Rotated. The burned edge turned toward the fire ring now, as if someone had examined it, and the small kitchen knife we'd cleaned and left next to it. Gone. Logan whispered. Maybe it fell, but his voice didn't have belief behind it. It was just something to say because silence was worse. I didn't answer. My eyes were scanning fast and automatic. The food tote's lash had been loosened. Not cut, not ripped. Untied in a way that showed fingers, not teeth, and then retied wrong sloppy like someone tested it and put it back without caring if it held. A violation, a message. My light caught something bright at the dark edge of camp along the path to our hammocks. Orange. A cord tied at shoulder height between two saplings. The color wasn't subtle. It glowed under the beam like a hazard marker. The knots were new and tight, clean work done in good light by someone who knew what they were doing. It wasn't ours. I walked closer, slow. My hand hovered, not wanting to touch it and not wanting to leave it. Logan stood behind me, bear spray suddenly in his grip without him thinking about it. Why would someone he started? "Stop us," I said. He went silent. Because the answer wasn't hard if you were willing to say it. The cord was at shoulder height for a reason. It wasn't a bear line. It wasn't a random piece of trash. It was placed where a person would hit it if they walked into camp quickly, distracted, scared, exactly the way you move when you think you're being followed. A trip line, a clothesline, a lesson. The worst part wasn't that the knife was gone. A knife is a tool. You can replace it. The worst part was the feeling that someone had handled our life for a few minutes. Opened what was ours, moved what was ours, tested what was ours while we were gone. Like we weren't the owners of this little patch of ground. Like we were guests and someone else had keys. My skin crawled in a way the quiet never has. Logan's voice cracked slightly when he said, "We should leave. Right now." Leaving meant packing in the dark with shaking hands. It meant walking the road. It meant moving in a straight line with trees on both sides and nowhere to step off without losing footing. It meant giving whoever did this the one thing they wanted: motion they could predict. I thought of my dad again. Not the rule this time, but the tone he used when he taught me them. He didn't teach fear, he taught control. "We don't go on the road unless we have to," I said. Logan stared at me. "So we just what?" "Stay, we black out," I said. "We sit tight. We decide the next move instead of letting them decide it." He swallowed. I could see the outline of his throat moving in the dim. He nodded once small, like he was accepting something he didn't want. I reached up and carefully untied the orange cord. I didn't yank it. I didn't cut it. I wanted to know how it was tied. The knot was neat, tight, the kind that bites into itself. Whoever did it wasn't fumbling. I coiled the cord slowly, making sure it wouldn't snag. and placed it near my pack, like evidence. My hands didn't shake until I'd finished. We killed our headlamps down to the lowest red and turned our phone screens off. We didn't build a fire. We didn't talk above a whisper. We moved like we were already being watched. Then we sat back to back on the foam pad, bear spray, and trekking poles within reach. I set the pot and spoon beside my knee air horn in my lap. We agreed to give it 20 minutes. If nothing happened, we'd hike to the lot and sleep in the car with the doors locked. If something did happen, we'd make noise. We'd make light. We'd make ourselves hard to handle. We sat. The woods went quiet again, as if it had never moved. For a moment, I almost believed it. Then the silence settled into a new shape, thicker, heavier, like the pause a predator takes when it knows you've noticed it. It wasn't the peace of being alone. It was the quiet of someone waiting for you to choose wrong. Chapter 2. Orange line at shoulder height. People think fear is loud. They think it's screaming and sprinting and a flashlight beam shaking like a metronome. They think it's the kind of panic you can see from a distance, the kind that makes good stories. What I learned that night is that real fear is quiet math. It's the body solving for survival in a place that doesn't care if your answers are wrong. Logan and I didn't talk about heroics. We didn't say we were going to stand our ground. We didn't make speeches. We didn't even use the word attack, because saying it out loud would make it real in a way we couldn't undo. We just did what we could with what we had, and we did it fast. First light. I turned my headlamp down until it barely glowed and switched it to red. White light throws hard and far. It bounces off tree trunks and tells the whole forest exactly where you are. Red light is a bruise. It stains the world without shouting at it. You can see your hands, you can see your gear. But from 10 yards away, it's nothing. Just a weak ember under someone's palm. I cupped it in my fist like I was hiding a cigarette. Logan did the same, but his hands were shaking enough that I could see the pulse of the red beam on his knuckles. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay. We're doing this." Second posture, back to back on the foam pad. Not because it was brave, because it solved a problem. If someone came from behind either of us, at least one pair of eyes would be facing that direction. If we sat side by side, we'd both end up staring into the same slice of darkness, while the other slice stayed open. Back to back meant the circle was smaller, tighter. Two spines pressed together. Two sets of ears. Two different fields of view. It also meant we couldn't see each other's faces, which helped. Fear spreads faster when you watch it happen to someone you love. Third hands. Bear spray went in Logan's grip because he'd already used it once in his life, and his muscle memory wasn't completely theoretical. I clipped mine to my hip belt anyway, just in case. The trekking poles, ridiculous-looking weapons in a movie, became long reach in a place where you don't want to be close enough to use your fists. I set my pole across my knees, angled forward like a cheap spear. My pot and spoon sat on the ground beside me. Metal on metal makes a sound that drills through trees. A pot becomes a bell when you hit it hard enough. An air horn becomes a public announcement. Both are ugly, both are effective, both are things people hate being on the receiving end of when they're trying to stay unseen. I kept the air horn in my lap like a final answer. Fourth, the camp itself. We didn't pack up. Packing in the dark with hands that are starting to shake is how you lose keys, drop phones, miss straps, forget knives. It's how you turn your own campsite into a trap you built for yourself. We also didn't leave. That was the hardest part to accept, because leaving feels like action, and action feels like control. But leaving would have meant stepping out onto the road, with everything on our backs moving in a straight line with laurel walls on both sides. It would have meant that whoever was doing this could coast past us with no lights, and we'd never see them until the engine was already beside us. In the woods, the road is a blade. It cuts away your options, so we stayed inside our little dark pocket of trees and tried to make the pocket smaller, more defensible. We killed every light we didn't need. We set our phones face down and off. I even tucked my car keys into a zip pocket and then touched the pocket again twice, like that would make them harder to steal from me through the night. Logan kept whispering little sentences that didn't finish. Maybe it was kids. Maybe it was just some "I don't stop," I murmured not unkindly. Save your breath. Listen. Listening is work when you're scared. Your brain wants to fill the gaps with worst-case shapes. It wants to turn every leaf tremble into a footstep, every far-off creak into a voice. My dad used to tell me you can't listen like a frightened animal. You have to listen like a hunter. I tried. The woods gave us nothing at first. No engine, no flashlight beam, no voices. Just the faint creak of hammock straps in the breeze and the soft whisper of laurel leaves rubbing against each other. Somewhere down the road, a car passed and faded its sound, swallowed by the curve of the ridge. Then the stillness shifted. It's hard to explain unless you felt it. There's a difference between a quiet forest and a quiet forest that is holding space for someone moving through it. The air changes. The normal background noises thin out. Not because nature stops, but because your attention sharpens and you start hearing gaps. A leaf touched another leaf up the slope. Not a wind gust, not a random flutter. A single contact, soft and precise like a fingertip brushing a floorboard. Logan's back pressed harder into mine. "You heard that," he mouthed. I nodded. We stayed frozen. Another sound came lower, something like a shoe sole shifting carefully on damp earth. Not a crunch, not a stomp. More like the gentle friction of someone trying to place their weight without announcing it. Then silence again, but the silence wasn't empty now. It was full, like a room with someone standing in it behind you. A voice murmured something upslope, too low to catch words. The tone was what mattered. It wasn't playful. It wasn't drunk. It wasn't the loose, loud talk of people wandering a forest at night. It was quiet in the way people speak when they think they have the advantage. Another voice answered in the same tone. Two. Not one guy messing around. Not a lone drunk. Not a confused hiker. Two people at least close enough to talk without raising their voices. The sound moved again, and it wasn't moving as one. It drifted apart, one set of careful steps, sliding left, the other lingering higher, then shifting right. They were spreading. They were trying to see our edges. Logan's breathing got shallow. I could feel it through his back, the quick, tight movement of ribs. That kind of breathing makes you dizzy. It makes you panic faster. I forced my own breath slower, deeper, and pressed my spine into his like a signal. Slow down. Stay here. Don't feed it. In my lap, the air horn felt heavy. The plastic was cold. My palm left a damp print on it every time I adjusted my grip. I kept my headlamp on the lowest red setting, but I didn't let it shine. I angled it down and covered it so the glow was trapped in my hand. The world in front of me was mostly dark. I could make out shapes, tree trunks, the darker smudge of the fire ring, the black bulge of the cooler. Everything else was a wall. Something about not being able to see far, should have made it worse. But it also made it simple. If I can't see the whole forest, I only have to solve for what's inside this circle. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, I thought maybe we'd imagined it. Maybe we'd spooked ourselves with the truck and the missing knife and the orange cord. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe it was the woods settling. Then a faint sound came from the right side of camp. Not a voice, a tiny metallic tick, like a buckle being touched, like a zipper pull tapping against fabric. Logan's head turned slightly, as if he wanted to look, but he didn't. He stayed pressed to my back, obedient to the plan we hadn't named out loud. The murmuring returned closer now, still too low for words, a sound made on purpose. My skin prickled along my arms, every hair trying to stand up. And that's when I noticed the guideline. It wasn't something I saw. It was something I felt like my attention had snapped to it on a leash. The front guideline of my fly ran out into the dark, a thin cord disappearing between leaves and shadows. I'd tied it earlier by habit, a clean tension line that kept the fly low and tight. Now the idea of that cord, the fact that it was a line connecting my shelter to a point in the darkness, became unbearable. I could almost feel it being touched. My eyes kept trying to move to it, even though there was nothing to see. My mind kept mapping it, tracing it, imagining a hand following it down to where it disappeared. Hyper-focus, tunnel vision. The body narrowing its world to the thing that matters most. In that moment, the guideline was a liability, a handle, a leash someone else could use. I shifted my trekking pole slightly, angling it toward that line without making noise. Logan whispered, barely air, what line. I breathed back. He didn't understand at first. He started to turn. I pressed my back harder into his, and he stayed still. Up the slope, leaves touched again. Closer. 2 light contacts, as if someone was stepping in place, testing whether we'd moved. The voices murmured once more. And then in the darkness beyond the fire ring, something breathed. Not a big animal snort. Not a loud exhale. Just the sound of air being pulled in slowly, controlled. A human breath. The kind you hear when someone is close and trying not to be heard. My throat went tight. My heart kept its steady drum, but now the drum had a new rhythm underneath it, the rhythm of someone else's patience. I wanted desperately to make light, to blast the trees with white beams and turn the unknown into known shapes. That's what the mind craves, certainty, even if the certainty is bad. But light also tells them where you are. Light invites. My dad used to say something that always sounded cruel until you understood it. The woods don't punish you for being scared. They punish you for reacting like you're scared. So I held the red glow in my fist and stayed still. Logan's fingers tightened on the bear spray. The can made a soft plastic creak. The footsteps paused. They heard that. A whisper floated down, and this time it was close enough that I almost caught a word, a fragment, maybe a name, maybe an instruction. Another answer, low and quick. Then the movement changed again. No longer just one set of steps. Now there were 2 drifting in opposite directions. The sound fanned out around us like a net being pulled wider. They were trying to get angles. They were trying to see how we'd respond. And in the center of that tightening circle, in the small, dark pocket of our camp, my attention stayed locked on the guideline like it was the only artery left exposed. I could feel the night building toward a decision. Not ours. Theirs. Chapter 2. Orange line at shoulder height. The guideline didn't move at first. That was the worst part, how long it stayed still while my body prepared for it to do something. I kept staring into the darkness where it disappeared, the same way you stare at a door you know will open. My mind ran through possibilities like a hand flipping cards. Maybe it would be cut. Maybe it would be loosened. Maybe a face would appear right above it, close enough that my red light would paint the pores on their skin. Nothing. Then one small twitch. So subtle I almost convinced myself it was wind. But the air was dead. The laurel leaves weren't shifting. The hammock straps weren't creaking anymore. Even the insects had thinned out, as if the night had decided to listen instead of sing. The cord trembled again. Not random, not a gust. A single deliberate touch, like a fingertip plucking a guitar string. I felt my whole body tighten around that small motion. My breathing stopped. Logan's back went rigid against mine. We stayed frozen, listening for what came next. A second passed, 2. Then the guideline pulled hard, violent and sudden, like a hand had wrapped around it and leaned all its weight back. My fly corner jerked. The fabric gave a dull snap as the tension changed. In my head, I saw it instantly, someone in the dark, holding my line like a leash, yanking it, to make me react, to make me move toward them, to make me stand up and expose my shape. My hands moved before my brain finished the thought. I pulled the small blade I keep tucked inside my pocket and slashed the cord close to my stake. The cut was clean. The line snapped free. The loose end whipped back through the night with a sharp twang loud as a rubber band in the dead woods. That sound was a bell. It announced, "We see you. We know what you're doing. We're not asleep." For half a heartbeat, everything paused, as if the woods had taken in that new information and held it. Then Logan whispered, strained, "What now?" I didn't answer him. I answered the darkness. I stood up fast, shoulders squared, voice loud enough to carry to the road. "We already called 911, I shouted. "We're armed, you come in here. You're getting sprayed and you're getting shot." The lie came out clean. It didn't wobble or crack. My throat didn't betray me. It sounded like a man who had already made a decision. We hadn't called anyone. I didn't even have my phone in my hand, and we weren't armed in the way my words implied. We had bear spray and trekking poles and noise, but in the dark, confidence is a weapon of its own. Silence answered me. A thick, listening silence that made the hair on my neck stand up. Then the woods moved. A shape rushed in from the left fast enough that my eyes couldn't separate it into details. It wasn't a cautious step. It wasn't a slow approach. It was a charge, low, quick, committed. For an instant, my brain offered the wrong picture, a deer bolting a raccoon, spooked. Then the shape rose, and the angle of it was wrong for an animal. Shoulders, arms, a human mass cutting through brush. Logan reacted like he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment. He brought the bear spray up and swept it flat at chest height, a wide arc where a face would be if the thing was human. The can hissed sharp and furious, a sound like a snake spitting. The man hit it and folded. He didn't scream at first. He inhaled too much of it. The sound that came out was a wet, shocked choke, like his lungs had tried to swallow fire. Then he screamed. It was ugly, high and broken and full of rage and pain. He stumbled backward into brush, coughing hard enough to make the leaves shake. The coughing turned wet like mucus, and spit were being dragged out of him. He crashed down and rolled, and for one horrifying second, I thought he might be coming back in blind fury. But he didn't. He stayed in the brush, choking and thrashing a human animal trying to scrape poison off his face. The scream cut off into harsh, gasping coughs. That was when the second voice moved. I didn't see him at first. I heard him a quick, controlled shift to the right feet, finding purchase on damp ground, without the frantic noise of someone running. He wasn't charging. He was circling, flanking. The kind of move you make when you've done this before. My body turned toward the sound. My trekking pole lifted instinctively, useless against a man with hands and intent, but it gave me reach. Logan's head snapped right. His spray can lowered slightly the way a gun lowers when someone tries to acquire a new target. "Stay left," I snapped at him harsher than I meant to. Stay on him, but Logan wasn't stupid. He knew the first man was down and coughing. The real danger now was the one we couldn't see. I grabbed the pot and spoon and hit metal like I meant to crack the night open. Clang. The sound punched through the trees, flat and brutal. It didn't fade nicely the way a shout does. It rang. It told anyone within 100 yards exactly where we were and exactly what we were doing. I hit it again. Clang. Then I raised the air horn and fired it into the darkness. The blast was violent, a harsh, mechanical scream that made my ears ring and my teeth hurt. It felt wrong to make that much noise in the woods, like breaking a taboo. But the taboo was already broken. Somewhere to the right, leaves shifted sharply. A shape moved low and quick, pausing the moment the horn sounded. The second man didn't like noise. He didn't like attention. That told me something important. He didn't want to fight. He wanted control. I kicked my headlamp from red mode to strobe. The white flashes snapped the world into pieces, tree trunk, brush, shadow, a smear of movement, then darkness again. The strobe made it hard for anyone to approach without being seen. It also made it hard for us to see, but I kept the beam low-angled toward the ground and the brush line so I didn't blind Logan. In the stuttering light, the camp looked like a crime scene caught in a broken camera flash, the cooler lid yawning open. The cutting board turned like it had been examined, the empty space where the knife had been, and the orange cord coil near my pack like a severed tongue. Logan shouted, back off," his voice cracked on the second back, the fear finally breaking through. The first man in the brush made a horrible gagging noise like he was trying to vomit but couldn't. The leaves around him shook as he clawed at his face. A hand slapped wet against the ground. The second man moved again, this time closer, faster, trying to use the strobe's gaps. He was using our own light against us, stepping during the dark beats, freezing during the flashes. I saw him for half a second, a shoulder, a forearm, the pale blur of a cheek. Then he vanished again behind a tree. I hit the pot harder, over and over, turning my arm into a piston. Clang, clang, clang. The sound made my wrist ache. It didn't matter. Pain was later. I fired the horn again, shorter blast, then another. Between the blasts, I heard something that wasn't leaves. A breath. Close. A different breath than Logan's lower, heavier. It was right at the edge of the brush line, near where the orange cord had been tied. My stomach dropped. He was closer than I'd thought. I swung the trekking pole like a bat into the space in front of me. It hit nothing but leaves, but the motion made a sound that said I was not sitting still, that I was not frozen prey. Logan sprayed again, a quick burst into the strobing darkness to our right. The hiss cut through the air. A voice different from the coughing man let out a sharp curse. It wasn't loud. It was reflexive, the kind of sound you make when something goes wrong in a plan. Then the movement split. The second man backed off, retreating into brush. And in that moment of confusion, the first man in the left side brush made another awful sound. Less coughing, now more of a choking wail, like he couldn't get air and couldn't stop trying. The brush around him shook violently, and for a second, I wondered if it was bait. If he was faking distress to make us go check, to make us break our position. Then I saw his hand again in the strobe, a pale, trembling thing with fingers splayed, digging into dirt like he was trying to pull himself away from his own face. Real, or real enough. Logan whispered, panicked. He's down. He's down. Don't go, I said immediately. Don't go near him. My voice came out colder than my heart felt. Every decent part of me wanted to help a human being who was choking and blind in the woods. But that decent part of me didn't matter here. Decency is how you get pulled into the brush. The The second man wasn't making noise anymore. That was worse. Silence means repositioning. Silence means waiting for you to relax. I kept the strobe low and moving, sweeping it across the brush line in a slow arc. The gaps between flashes felt like someone closing their eyes and hoping nothing changes. The air horn sat ready in my hand. My ears rang. My arm hurt from hitting the pot. Logan's breathing had gone fast again, little sharp pulls, like he was trying not to sob. We were making noise. We were making light. We were doing everything we could to say, this is not easy. This is not quiet. This is not worth it. And still, the brush shook. The coughing man's thrashing slowed, then surged again like he was trying to crawl. The second man moved somewhere out in the darkness, unseen. A leaf shifted here, a branch creaked. They're small sounds that could have been the night itself, except now we knew better. Now we knew that the night had hands. I screamed again, voice raw now, not from fear, but from effort. "Sheriff's on the way," I lied. "You hear me? On the way." The lie tasted bitter in my mouth. Because if no one came, if this was just us and the trees and two men who had already touched our things, then we were exactly what they'd picked us to be. A quiet roadside camp, a small circle of light, a lesson. Chapter 2. Orange line at shoulder height. The first sound of the third engine hit me like a physical blow. It wasn't close at first, just a low note rising on the grade tires humming on pavement. But in the shape our night had taken, any engine meant only one thing: the truck was back, and this time it was coming to finish what it started. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like I'd missed a step. Logan's head jerked up. Even in the strobe, I could see his eyes go wide. He didn't ask. He didn't need to. The fear on his face was the same fear in my chest, the simple, primitive understanding that a vehicle is a moving wall, and a moving wall can trap you. I kept the strobe going, but my hand tightened around the air horn until my fingers ached. The engine climbed closer. Still no headlights through the trees. For a heartbeat, my mind flashed to the white pickup nosed out at the pull-off, the mismatched door, the cloudy headlight lens that didn't matter, because lights were a choice, not a necessity. I pictured it creeping down the road with its lights off again, coasting past our sight while the men in the brush did the work. Then the sound changed. Not the soft, controlled approach of a vehicle trying to stay unnoticed. This engine was moving with purpose. The tires hit a rough patch, and I heard gravel spit. The pitch rose and then steadied like the driver wasn't creeping. He was coming in. And then a hard white beam tore through the trees from the road edge. Not the weak spill of a car's headlights filtering through branches. A spotlight. It snapped the brush line into brutal clarity, turned leaves into shining plates, made every trunk look like a pillar in a ruined church. Logan flinched, as if the light itself had struck him. A voice followed the beam, loud and steady, the kind of voice that doesn't ask permission to exist in the dark. Forest Service volunteer patrol, not screamed, not frantic. Calm like an announcement at a county fair. Stay where you are. My knees nearly gave out. Relief is dangerous. It makes you sloppy. It makes you move too soon. I forced myself to keep still, to keep the strobe low. I didn't want to blind the person with the spotlight. I didn't want to create confusion. Confusion is what gets people hurt when help arrives. The volunteers' truck headlights came on next, washing the slope above our camp in steady light. The handheld spotlight swept left, then right, cutting through the places the strobe couldn't hold. For a second, the world felt like it had flipped. We weren't in a small circle of darkness anymore. We were in a stage lit from the road. Our camp exposed, our hiding places gone. And the men in the brush understood that immediately. The coughing man, the one Logan had sprayed, made one last choked sound, and then his movement changed. No longer thrashing, no longer blind panic. He crawled, fast, like his body had one remaining instruction: get to the road. The second man broke cover on the right, crashing through brush without trying to be quiet now. Leaves exploded. Branches snapped. The careful predator silence was gone. In its place was the ugly truth: they were human, and they could run. Both men moved downslope toward the road as if they'd rehearsed it, and that's when the white pickup roared to life. Up the grade, maybe 100 yards or more, an engine barked and then surged. Tires spat gravel so hard, the sound carried like gunfire. I caught a glimpse through the trees, white body, that mismatched passenger door flashing in the volunteer's sweeping light like a missing tooth. The truck fishtailed, corrected, then launched downhill and away, disappearing around the bend without ever turning its headlights on. Even leaving it refused to be seen. The volunteer didn't chase. He didn't run into the woods. He didn't play hero. He did the smart thing, the thing people only learn after they've seen how fast a bad situation turns worse. He held the road. "Don't move," he called again, voice firm now. "Stay right there, I've got you lit, sheriff's en route." His spotlight stayed trained on the slope above us, not on us. He was lighting the places they could be, not the place we were. The truck headlights washed the brush line, making it hard for anyone to creep close without stepping into brightness. I realized my hands were shaking so badly that the air horn buzzed softly against my palm. The strobe in my headlamp felt like it had seeped into my vision. Even when I blinked, the world flashed. Logan's face was wet. I couldn't tell if it was sweat or tears or spray mist. His mouth was open, but no sound came out. He looked like a man whose body had sprinted without his legs moving. The volunteer kept talking, not to comfort us, but to control the scene. "I'm calling dispatch right now," he said. "Units are coming up chimney top. You two stay put, you hear me? Don't go chasing anybody. Don't go to the road. Stay right where you are." His tone had the authority of someone who's said those sentences before, which should have made me feel better. Instead, it planted a colder thought in my mind. If he'd said them before, it meant this wasn't rare. It meant this road knew this kind of night. I forced myself to breathe. Inhale through the nose, out through the mouth. My chest hurt from how shallow my breathing had been. My throat tasted metallic, like adrenaline and spit. The coughing man's sounds faded downslope. The brush stopped shaking. The second man vanished into the dark beyond the volunteer's light. Silence returned, but it wasn't the same silence as before. Before, the quiet had felt like something waiting to touch us. Now it felt like something that had touched us and decided to let go for the moment. The volunteer's spotlight swept the area again, steady and methodical. I saw our campsite under his beam, like it was the first time the open cooler lid, the moved cutting board, the empty space where the knife had been. The severed guideline lying slack, its cut end frayed. The coil of orange cord near my pack, bright as a warning sign. In the harsh road light, the cord looked even more intentional. It didn't look like random trash. It looked like a tool, a boundary, a mark. My eyes kept returning to where it had been tied between the saplings at shoulder height, and in the strobe afterimage, I realized something that made my skin go cold all over again. The men hadn't rushed blindly when they came in. They hadn't stumbled. They hadn't crashed through the brush like drunks. They moved like they knew exactly where they could step, exactly where our hammocks were, exactly where the edge of our gear lay. Like they'd walked our site before. Like someone had stood right where the orange cord was tied and looked into our camp measuring distance. Like the cord wasn't just there to trip us, it was there to define a lane, a path, a line they could use in the dark. A simple piece of bright orange cord tied at shoulder height suddenly felt like the most terrifying thing on that ground. Because it wasn't a prank, it was part of a method. And methods mean repetition. The volunteer's voice cut through my thoughts. "Sheriff units will be here soon," he said. "I'm staying right here. I'm keeping my lights on. You two stay put, okay? You did good making noise." I nodded, though he couldn't see me clearly through the trees. Logan finally found his voice thin and broken. "Thank you," he said. The volunteer didn't answer with comfort. He answered with procedure. "Don't touch anything else," he said. "Don't move your stuff around. Deputies will want to see it." I stared at the orange cord coil like it was alive. My hands shook harder now, not from immediate fear, but from something worse realization. We had survived the peak. We had lived through the moment where the dark had hands. But the night hadn't ended. It had only changed phases. And as the volunteers' lights held the slope, painting the woods in harsh white, I felt the drop hit a shaky, nauseating relief tangled with the sick certainty that whoever did this had done it before, that this road had taught them, that the gorge had given them practice, and that the orange line wasn't a one-time warning. It was a signature. Chapter 3. Receipts and Evidence. The volunteer patrol truck stayed parked on the road shoulder like a lighthouse that had decided not to leave. His headlights washed the brush line in a steady white, and his handheld beam kept drifting over the slope above our sight in slow, deliberate sweeps. Every time the light passed over a tree trunk, it threw a hard shadow behind it, black shapes that looked like crouched bodies until the beam moved on. The strobe in my headlamp had been shut off, but my eyes still kept blinking as if the world would flash again any second. I didn't feel brave. I felt wrung out. Logan and I stayed where we were back to back on the foam pad, like our spines had been glued together by the night. We didn't speak much. When we did, it came out in fragments. Gear, keys, phone, water, simple inventory. The mind's way of proving it still had control over something. The volunteer talked to dispatch on his radio voice, calm, repeating details like he'd done this before. 2 campers, suspicious vehicle. 2 suspects fled into woods, white pickup, mismatched door. Every sentence sounded too normal for what had just happened. Like we were describing a traffic accident instead of the moment 2 men had come into our camp and tried to turn us into a story no one would believe. When sheriff units finally arrived, the sound of their tires on gravel made my stomach lurch again. Another engine, another set of headlights. But this time the lights were on, bright and honest, announcing themselves. 2 vehicles pulled into the overlook lot, their spotlights and flashers turning the wide gravel space into something unreal. Blue and red light bounced off the trees. The night looked bruised. The volunteer met us there. He walked us up to the lot, rather than letting us wander in the dark, and I followed his beam like it was a rope. Logan stayed close, bear spray still in his hand, as if he'd forgotten how to let it go. The overlook lot should have felt safe. It was open broad, a place where you could see any vehicle approach from a distance. During the day, it was where families took selfies and teenagers smoked and talked about nothing. Under working lights at night, it felt like an operating room, too bright, too exposed, too clean for the thing we'd dragged out of the woods. 2 deputies stepped out of their vehicles, both in uniform, both with that practiced stillness that cops have when they're trying to read whether you're victims or problems. One was older, heavier face, set in a tired line. The other looked younger, but had the same cautious eyes. "Y'all the campers," the older one called. "Yes," I said. My voice sounded wrong to me, thin, like it belonged to someone else. "We're the ones who called. Well, we didn't call, but..." The words tangled. I hated myself for it. I hated how quickly fear made me sound unreliable. The younger deputy held up a hand. "You okay? Anybody hurt?" Logan shook his head too fast. "No. He sprayed one of them. Bear spray." "That your injury?" the older deputy asked, looking at Logan's face like he expected chemical burns. "No," Logan said. "The guy. He rushed." "All right," the deputy said, cutting through it. "Slow down. Just tell us what happened." We stood under their lights while the volunteer patrol stayed a few yards away, radio in hand, keeping watch on the road, like he didn't trust the dark any more than we did. It felt strange the way normal conversation tried to sit on top of what had happened. The deputies were calm. They asked questions. They took notes. They did their jobs. My body was still in the woods. I tried to speak like a person who wasn't shaking inside. "We saw a white pickup earlier," I said. "On a pull-off. Mismatched passenger door. Driver window down. One cloudy headlight lens. 2 men inside." The older deputy nodded, once eyes narrowing slightly. "And you camped where?" "About a mile short of the lot," I said. "Off the road." "Tucked behind Laurel." "Legal site?" the younger one asked. I hesitated. Honesty was another kind of math. "No," I admitted. "Roadside. We've used them before," but the older deputy didn't react the way I expected. No lecture, no smugness. Just a small, tired exhale. "All right," he said. "And you stayed there, why, after you saw the truck?" "Because we're idiots," I thought. "Because we wanted the sunrise more than we wanted to respect the warning signs." But the real answer was more complicated, and it mattered. "We didn't think it would circle back like that," I said. And even as I spoke, I could hear how stupid it sounded. And when it did, leaving meant walking the road in the dark with that truck in play. My dad always told me not to do that unless you have to. The road gives them a straight line. The younger deputy glanced at the older one, a quick look that said he's not wrong. "Tell me about the truck passing," the older deputy said. "Lights on or off?" "Off," I said. The word came out heavier than it should have. The older deputy's face tightened just slightly, like that detail had weight in his world. "Time about 10, I said. "Maybe a little after." "And then we left camp for a bit," I said. "Quick walk to preview the route. When we came back, our cooler was open, knife missing, stuff moved. There was an orange cord tied at shoulder height between 2 saplings." Logan swallowed audibly. Under these lights, his hands looked almost translucent, the knuckles pale. His fingers kept flexing around nothing, because he'd finally put the spray can away, but his body didn't know what to do with empty hands. The younger deputy scribbled, "Orange cord. Any other items missing?" "Just the knife," I think I said, but the tote lash was loosened, like someone tested it. The older deputy looked at me again. "You touched the cord, I untied it," I said. "Coiled it. I have it." "Good," he said. "We'll want that." I reached into my pack and pulled the coil out carefully, as if the cord could bite. Under the lot lights, it looked even more obscene, construction bright, the kind of color meant to prevent accidents. In my hands, it felt like evidence of intent. I held it out. The older deputy took it with gloved hands and dropped it into an evidence bag without ceremony. The plastic crinkled loudly. "Plate?" he asked. I swallowed. I wrote some characters down. The younger deputy's head snapped up. "You did not the whole thing," I said quickly. "The plate." It was dark. But after the first slow roll by, I wrote what I could on my paper map. I didn't want to rely on my phone. My dad's voice again, paper beats battery. I pulled the folded map from my chest pocket. It was worn and soft, creased from years of use. On the back in pencil were the crooked letters and numbers I'd managed under fear and bad light, partial sequence, imperfect, but real. The younger deputy leaned in. "That's good," he said. "That's real good." The older deputy took the map carefully, as if it was fragile. He read the characters, then looked up at me. "You see any plate trick folded covered?" "No," I said. "I didn't see it close enough. It was up the grade." The older deputy nodded, filing it away. "All right," he said. "We're gonna go down to your camp. You two stay here." My stomach clenched. "We should go with you." He shook his head immediately. "No. You stay in the light. You already did enough." The volunteer patrol stepped in, then voice calm. "I'll keep my rig on the road. I saw the pickup run. Same one you described. It fishtailed hard leaving." The older deputy nodded at him. "Appreciate it." They left us standing in the gravel lot under floodlights and blue flashers. The space felt too open. My body kept wanting a wall at my back, a tree, something solid. I found myself backing toward the kiosk map board without meaning to, and then stopping when my shoulders touched it. Logan did the same, mirroring me like fear was contagious. We waited. Time got weird. Minutes stretched and snapped. The air was cold, but my skin was damp. My mouth tasted like metal and hornblast and adrenaline. Somewhere down the road, the deputies' flashlights moved through the trees like slow fireflies. I couldn't see them clearly, just the faint drift of beams. Logan finally spoke, voice thin. "Do you think the guy don't?" I said quietly. He shut his mouth. He stared into the darkness beyond the lot where the road bent and disappeared. The gorge looked like a black throat swallowing light. When the deputies returned, their faces were set in that work expression that means they found what they expected. The older deputy spoke first. "We got photos. We dusted what we could. Cooler lid cutting board. Took note of the area where the cord was tied. You said the knife was small kitchen knife, yes," I said. "All right," he said. "We'll put it in the report. You did good writing down the plate. That helps." The younger deputy looked at Logan, whose hands were still shaking, though he was trying to hide them in his hoodie pockets. "You two staying in the area tonight?" he asked. Logan opened his mouth, then looked at me. The older deputy answered for us, tone like a command disguised as advice. "You're not going back to that camp," he said. "Not tonight. You're going somewhere with a deadbolt." The word deadbolt hit me hard. It's such a normal word, a suburban word, a word you don't think about unless you've learned that a regular lock is polite and a deadbolt is serious. "We can sleep in the car," Logan said, desperate for an option that didn't involve money or talking to strangers. The older deputy shook his head. "Not up here, not tonight. That truck could roll through again. You get yourself a room, Stanton Slade, wherever. Lights, people, deadbolt." The volunteer patrol nodded like he agreed, like this was the correct move. I wanted to argue out of pride, out of the stupid belief that leaving meant letting the night win. But my body didn't want a lesson. It wanted a door that locked. "Okay," I said. The older deputy handed my map back to me, but he had written something on a small card, first case number, his name, a phone number. He tucked it into my hand like a receipt. "Call if you remember anything else," he said. "And if you see that pickup again." "We won't," I said automatically. He looked at me for a long second, then said, "Good." It wasn't reassurance. It was a warning. We drove down off the ridge with the feeling of being watched, even though the lot lights were shrinking behind us. The road was empty. Every set of headlights in the distance made Logan flinch. Every shadowed pull-off looked like it could hold that white pickup nose out waiting. The town we ended up in wasn't much of a town. A strip of fast food and gas stations, a few dark storefronts, the kind of place you pass through without stopping unless you have to. We found a motel with a flickering sign and a parking lot that smelled like spilled beer and hot asphalt. The front office had bulletproof glass. A small TV in the corner played a game show with the volume turned down, as if even the jokes were tired. I paid with my card and didn't like the way the clerk looked at us two men with dirt on our boots and fear in our eyes showing up after midnight. "Second floor," he said, sliding the keycard across like it was a favor. The room smelled like old smoke and lemon cleaner trying to hide it. The carpet had dark stains you didn't want to think about. The AC unit rattled even when it was off. Logan stood just inside the door, still wearing his jacket, as if taking it off would make him vulnerable. I walked straight to the deadbolt. It was a simple piece of metal, nothing special. But when I slid it into place, the click sounded like a verdict. We checked the window locks. We pulled the curtains tight. We put a chair under the handle, even though it wouldn't really stop anyone determined. Then we stood there, two grown men, in a cheap motel room, listening to the thin walls. A television murmured somewhere down the hall. Someone flushed a toilet. A car door slammed outside and my heart jumped like it had been trained. Logan sat on the edge of one bed and stared at his hands. "They touched our stuff," he said finally, voice flat with disbelief. They were in our camp. I sat on the other bed, still wearing my shoes. The orange cord wasn't in my pack anymore. The knife wasn't in my camp anymore. Our little pocket in the woods was now a place cops had photographed under flashlights. We were under a deadbolt. We should have felt safe. But the relief didn't come clean. It came with a drop, shaky, nauseating, because under real lights, under uniforms, under case numbers, the night didn't feel like a nightmare. It felt like a pattern. And patterns don't end because you drive away. Chapter 3. Receipts and Evidence. We stayed in that motel until the sun came up, not because sleep was impossible, though it mostly was, but because leaving before daylight felt like agreeing to meet the dark on its own terms. Logan dozed in short, stiff bursts shoes, still on jacket, still zipped. Every time a car door slammed outside, he jerked awake like someone had touched him. I lay on top of the bedspread without pulling the blanket up. Motel blankets never feel clean, and that night nothing felt clean anyway. The air in the room had a faint chemical tang, like bleach laid over old smoke. The AC unit sighed now and then, even though it wasn't running a mechanical breath that made my body tense before my brain remembered where I was. At some point, I realized I'd started counting sounds. Footsteps in the hallway, 2 sets, then 3, then silence. The ice machine clunking once every so often. A truck idling somewhere in the lot, 10 seconds, then moving away. Counting was a kind of prayer. If you can name the rhythm, you can pretend you have control. By morning, the sky was pale, washed-out blue. The parking lot looked ordinary in daylight, just cracked asphalt, a few oil stains, a wrapper caught in a gutter. The night before, it had felt like a trap. We packed quietly. Logan didn't say much. He moved like his joints were too tight. When we got back into my car, the inside smelled like woods, damp leaves, sweat nylon. It felt wrong that our gear was with us. It felt wrong that we were moving again, like nothing had happened. We drove out of town and back toward home, and the whole way I kept checking my rearview mirror the way you do after you've been tailgated too close. Nothing followed. No white pickup. No mismatched door. The absence should have been comfort. Instead, it made my skin itch. It suggested choice. It suggested patience. At home, I did what I always do after camping. I unpacked. I shook dirt off my boots. I aired out my sleeping gear. I put the bear spray back in the same spot by the door. Normal chores. But every time my hand touched nylon cord, I felt the memory of that orange line at shoulder height, and my fingers tightened as if expecting a knot that wasn't mine. Logan went back to his friend's place, said he needed a shower and a real meal and a night somewhere he could lock the door twice. He texted me later that day, a single line, I can still smell it. He didn't say what it was, but I understood. 2 days passed. They were ordinary days on the surface. Work emails, errands, grocery aisles, traffic lights. I tried to let the world settle back into its usual shape. It didn't. I kept noticing things I never paid attention to before. A vehicle parked too long in a lot. A van idling at the edge of a gas station. A man leaning against a truck and staring at nothing. I didn't know if I was seeing danger or inventing it. The brain is not built to unlearn fear cleanly. It keeps the door open just in case. On the second day, mid-afternoon, my phone rang with an unknown number. I stared at it for a moment, the way you stare at a doorbell when you aren't expecting anyone. Then I answered. "Hello, this is Deputy Collins," a voice said. Same tired steadiness as the man at the Overlook lot. "You the one who camped off chimney top and wrote the plate sequence on your paper map?" My throat went dry instantly. "Yes," I said. "Yes, that's me." "All right," he said. I could hear faint office noise behind him, phones, distant voices, paper shifting. "You got a second?" "Yeah," I said, though my body was already sitting down without me telling it to. I lowered myself into a chair at my kitchen table like my legs had decided this was important. Deputy Collins didn't waste time with small talk. "The partial plate characters you wrote down," he said, "and the vehicle description, white pickup, mismatched passenger door, cloudy headlight lens, put us on a residence we've been watching for a string of roadside thefts." The words hit like a cold wave. Watching, string of thefts. This wasn't a one-off. It wasn't a random bad night. It was part of something that had been happening long enough for law enforcement to have a file for it. My fingers tightened around my phone until it creaked. They've done this before, I asked, and I hated how small my voice sounded. "Yeah," Collins said, blunt. "Thefts, intimidation. Campsites hit where folks think nobody's watching. Pull-offs, roadside, same general corridor." I swallowed. My eyes drifted to the bear spray by the door like it was an object from a different life. "What did you find?" I asked. "We executed a search," he said, and even the word executed sounded heavy. "We found outdoor gear, camp stoves, coolers, stuff that didn't match what they could reasonably own based on what we know about them. A lot of it looked like it came from campsites, people leaving gear, loose food, unattended, that sort of thing." I could hear him flipping pages or scrolling through notes. And he continued, "We found a small kitchen knife that matches the one you described." My heart did something strange, relief and sickness at the same time. Like proof was both a comfort and a contamination. "You found it," I said. "It was there." "It was," he confirmed. "We photographed it, bagged it, ran what we could." I sat very still, like movement might knock the call loose. Collins's voice stayed even procedural. "We also found your fingerprints on the handle." My stomach twisted. It was such a small detail, such a normal detail. Of course my fingerprints were on it. I'd cleaned it. I'd held it. It had been hours for a few hours. But hearing it out loud made the whole thing feel more real than any scream in the woods. That's good, right?" I asked. "It is," Collins said. "It ties it to you in a way we can use. And we've got a partial shoe print we lifted from damp ground at your site. We compared it to boots recovered in the house. It's consistent." "Consistent," I repeated, because my brain wanted to anchor on words like they were handles. "Yeah," he said. "Not perfect, but enough alongside everything else." I took a breath and realized I'd been holding air like I was underwater. "So what happens now?" I asked. "One of the men was arrested today," Collins said. "The heavier one based on your description." The second one, taller, has been identified. We're working to pick him up. We've got probable cause and enough in the file now that it's a matter of time. I closed my eyes. For a moment, I pictured them the way I'd seen them in my mind the night of the attack. Shadows with hands, voices in the brush, a shape rushing in. Now I tried to picture them as actual people in handcuffs, sitting under fluorescent lights. The image didn't fit. Monsters always look more human in daylight, and that's what makes them worse. What are they charging them with? I asked. Theft, Collins said. Multiple counts. And attempted assault based on the circumstances and your statements. The volunteer patrol's statement matters there. Your timeline matters too. I thought of the volunteer's calm voice, the way he'd owned the road with light. The way he'd said, "Don't move. Stay put." I hadn't known his name then. Now I realized how crucial he'd been, not just as rescue, but as witness. Without him, it would have been our word against the night. Collins's tone shifted slightly. Not softer, just more direct. "I'm calling to tell you this because you did the right thing," he said. Writing down that plate sequence, most people don't. They try to remember it, and they get it wrong later. That note on paper helped us narrow it down. I stared at the paper map on my counter, folded the same way it had been in my hands at the Overlook lot. The crooked characters I'd scribbled were still there like a bruise. And he continued, "You not going out on the road." That was smart. I know it might not feel like it. But these guys work in the dark. They want you moving where they can control you. You all made noise, held your position, didn't turn it into a brawl. That matters. I didn't know what to say to that. The idea that I'd made smart choices felt unreal. I hadn't felt smart. I'd felt terrified and trapped and desperate. But maybe smart and desperate looked the same in the dark. "Okay, I managed." "Okay. Thank you." Collins didn't linger. He had a job and a stack of cases and probably a lot of people calling him for reasons less strange than this. "You're welcome," he said. "Couple things. If you get any follow-up calls, answer them. If you remember anything else, voices, words, anything that sticks, call me. And if you go back out there, be careful." "I'm not going back," I heard myself say. The words came out too quickly, too absolute. There was a pause on the line. Just a fraction, but enough that my skin prickled. Collins didn't argue. He just said, "Good," then quieter. Sometimes folks say that and they mean it until spring. The call ended. I sat there with my phone in my hand, staring at the blank screen. Outside my kitchen window, the afternoon was normal neighbors' cars, a dog barking, sunlight on asphalt. The world looked like it had no sharp edges. But inside me, the gorge was still dark. I should have felt closure. Arrests, evidence, charges, a clear line from the white pickup to a real address. Instead, a different kind of fear slid in. Because if this was a known pattern, if deputies had been watching a residence for a string of roadside thefts, then that meant the gorge had been teaching those men for a long time. They'd learned where people camped, how people moved, how people panicked. They'd learned how to tie knots at shoulder height in the dark, and how to open a cooler lid without leaving chaos behind. And even with arrests, even with charges, even with a deputy telling me I did the right thing, my hands still remembered the sensation of being handled. Not robbed, handled. Like something had reached into my night and rearranged it. I looked at the map again. The crooked plate characters were there in pencil, the lines slightly smudged from my thumb. Evidence. Proof. A small human attempt to pin a wild thing to paper. I thought of the orange cord, bagged now, sitting somewhere in an evidence locker under fluorescent lights. A bright line meant to prevent accidents turned into a warning. and I couldn't shake the coldest part of the deputy's call, the thing he hadn't said directly, but had implied with every calm sentence. This wasn't the first time. It was just the first time it hit me. Chapter 3. Receipts and evidence. The first thing that arrived was silence. Not the good kind. Not the kind you earn after a hard day when you sit down and the house finally settles around you. This was the kind of silence that follows a phone call, like Deputy Collins's, the kind where the facts are supposed to close the door, but your body keeps listening for the hinge to creak anyway. I went back to work. I answered emails. I made coffee. I stood in line at a grocery store and nodded at a stranger who said, "How you doing?" I said good because that's what people say when their lives are still technically intact. But I started doing things I couldn't explain to anyone without sounding dramatic. I stopped leaving my keys in the bowl by the door. I put them in a zip pocket inside my backpack, and then I checked that pocket twice before bed. I started locking my car with the fob even when I was in the driveway. I started looking at my yard at night like it was a perimeter instead of grass. And I started reading surfaces. It sounds ridiculous until you've been in a place where someone handled your things and left almost no trace. After that, you become obsessed with trace. You look at doorknobs and wonder if the smudges are yours. You look at cords and wonder if the knot has shifted. You look at your own home like it could be entered the way your campsite was quiet, fast, purposeful. 2 days after Collins's call, the mail came. Ordinary white envelopes, a coupon flyer, a bill I didn't want, a postcard from my aunt, and one official-looking envelope with a return address from the county. My stomach tightened as soon as I saw it. I told myself it was just paperwork, case documentation, something boring, the kind of follow-up that makes a terrifying night feel administrative. I brought it inside and set it on the kitchen counter, then stood there staring at it like it was a trapped insect. The envelope was plain, white, no dramatic stamps. The glue line along the flap looked clean, machine-sealed. My name printed in neat black letters. I picked it up between 2 fingers as if it might stain me. I don't know what I expected, maybe a photograph, maybe a detailed report. When I opened it, the sound of tearing paper seemed too loud in the quiet house. Inside was a single sheet, a property receipt. Black ink on white paper. County header, case number, my name, a deputy's name, a list of items taken into evidence. I read it once fast, then again slower. Item 1, small kitchen knife, stainless black handle. Status recovered, held as evidence. Seeing the knife described in that flat, bureaucratic language made my mouth go dry. Not because I loved the knife, honestly, it was cheap. A small kitchen blade from a set I'd bought years ago. But the knife had been the symbol, the proof that someone had been in our camp with hands and intent. Now it was a line item on paper, a thing reduced to ink. The receipt should have comforted me. It should have been closure in a legal format. The story moved from the woods into a file, from fear into procedure. Instead, it felt like the night had followed me home in the mail. I set the receipt down and stared at it under my kitchen light. The paper was slightly textured, not glossy. The kind of stock offices use when they want documents to feel official without spending money. The corner was sharp enough to cut skin if you rubbed it wrong. I found myself looking at the paper too closely, at the fibers along the torn edge where I'd opened the envelope, at the faint imprint of the printer on the black letters, at the way the ink sat slightly raised in some places and not in others. Then I looked at the envelope again. The glue line, the seam, the edges. The rational part of my brain said, "You're spiraling. It's paper. It's county mail. This is normal." The other part, the part trained by a night in the woods, said normal is how you miss things. So I checked anyway. I held the envelope up to the light and ran my thumb along the flap. I looked for signs of tampering, for a second glue line, for anything that suggested it had been opened and resealed. I didn't know what I was looking for. I just knew that the thought of someone touching my mail the way they'd touched my cooler made my skin crawl. Everything looked fine. I told myself to stop. Then my eyes caught on something tiny near the fold of the receipt. A thread. At first I thought it was a hair, one of mine, or a fiber from my hoodie. It lay along the crease where the paper had been folded into thirds for the envelope. It was so thin it barely existed, just a line caught between white and shadow. I leaned closer. The thread was bright. Not red, not pink. Orange. A thin orange fiber caught like a splinter in the fold. The same shade as the cord. I froze with my face inches from the paper. My breath sounded loud. The room felt like it had narrowed, like the walls had inched closer without moving. I didn't touch the fiber at first. I just stared at it, waiting for my brain to correct the color, waiting for it to become something else under scrutiny. It stayed orange. The rational part of me snapped in immediately, desperate to save me from the implication. Contamination, it said. Evidence bag. Deputy's gloves. A piece of that cord got onto something in the office, then onto the receipt. It rode the paper like lint. It's nothing. The other part of me, the part that remembered the clean knots, the deliberate signal, clacks. The cooler lid left open like a taunt, didn't accept nothing so easily. Because nothing doesn't match your fear so perfectly. I reached for a pair of tweezers from a kitchen drawer. My hands shook just enough that the drawer rattled. I grabbed the tweezers and came back to the counter like I was returning to a body on a table. With the tips, I lifted the fiber gently. It clung to the paper like it didn't want to be moved. When it finally came free, it was almost weightless. It sat on the metal tips like a bright insect leg. I held it up to the light. Orange. Unmistakable. My pulse hammered in my throat. I tried to talk myself through it like I was a child afraid of thunder. It could be from the evidence bag. It could be from the deputy's desk. It could have been stuck in the copier. It could be from anywhere. Orange cord is common. Construction sites, traffic cones, safety tape. It could be coincidence. But the word coincidence tasted wrong. Because coincidence is what you call something when you don't want to admit pattern. I set the fiber down on the counter and stared at it. Under the kitchen light, it glowed like a warning label. For the first time since the night at the gorge, I felt a different kind of fear, less explosive, more intimate. The fear of contamination, not in the biological sense. In the sense that something from that night had crossed the boundary into my normal life. Not in my memory, not in my dreams, but physically on paper in my hand. A part of me wanted to throw everything away, the receipt, the envelope, the map, the tweezers, to purge it like it was poison. Instead, I did the opposite. I kept it. That's the thing fear does sometimes. It makes you collect proof like talismans, even when the proof hurts. I took my paper map out, the same worn fold lines, the same pencil marks my dad had taught me to make. I laid it flat on the counter. Then I placed the property receipt on top of it. The receipt looked too clean against the soft, used paper of the map. One was official, one was real. One belonged to offices and files and fluorescent lights. The other belonged to the woods and the road and the way tires sound on gravel. I stared at the case number at the top of the receipt and then at the crooked plate characters I'd written on the back of the map. Two forms of truth, one printed, one scrawled in the dark. I found clear tape in a drawer and taped the receipt into the map along the inside fold, careful and neat, like I was binding a wound. The tape hissed as it unrolled. The sound made my shoulders tense. I pressed it down firmly with my thumb. When I finished, the map wouldn't fold the same way anymore. The receipt made it stiffer. It changed the way it moved. I held it in my hands and felt the weight of that change, proof and curse together. I told myself I was doing something practical, saving documentation in one place, keeping records, being smart. But the truth was colder. I didn't tape it into the map because I wanted it organized. I taped it there because some part of me believed the map understood this better than my house did. The map belonged to the gorge, and now so did the receipt. I threw the empty envelope into the trash and then took it back out again just to check the glue seam one more time. My fingers traced it like a habit, like a nervous tick. The orange fiber lay on my counter, still bright under the light. I didn't throw it away. I didn't know what else to do with it. So I left it there beside the coffee maker, a tiny piece of safety color turned warning, quiet proof that the night had found a way to mail itself back to me. And when the sun went down that evening and the house started making its normal, settling sounds, I realized I was listening again. Not for owls, not for wind, for something smaller. For the soft, deliberate sound of a line being touched. Chapter 4. Training. By the time the leaves finished changing, people had stopped asking me about the trip. That's how it goes with fear in the daylight. It's interesting for a week too. If the storyteller is good, then it becomes an uncomfortable topic everyone quietly agrees to set down. Even Logan stopped bringing it up. He moved out of state before winter, and when he called, he talked about his new job and his new apartment and the stupid neighbor upstairs who played music too loud. If the gorge came up at all, it was a single-line man that was crazy, followed by a quick pivot into something safer. I didn't blame him. I wanted to talk about anything else too. But the night didn't leave when the charges were filed. It didn't pack itself into a case number and stay in a folder like it was supposed to. It came home with me in smaller ways. Habits, reflexes, the kind of invisible changes you only notice when you watch yourself from the outside. I work facilities maintenance for a medical office complex outside Lexington. It's not glamorous, it's steady. I fix what breaks and make sure nothing breaks in the first place. My days are fluorescent and practical. HVAC filters, clogged drains, door closers that won't latch water stains in ceiling tiles. I carry a tool bag that smells like metal and old rubber. I know the sound of a failing motor before it fails. I know which stairwell door sticks in humid weather and which one sticks in cold. It's the kind of job where you're always listening. That used to feel like a strength. After the gorge, it became a problem. The first week back, I flinched at everything. A printer jam sounded like brush snapping. The squeal of a belt on a fan motor made my stomach drop. A delivery truck idling outside the loading bay pulled my attention the way a magnet pulls a needle. I'd be kneeling under a sink, hands in damp darkness, and suddenly I'd feel my heart kick because someone had walked past too quietly behind me. I'd come up too fast, bump my head, curse under my breath, and then stand there with my hands clenched, pretending I'd just been annoyed by the plumbing. My coworkers didn't notice at first. Or maybe they did, and they were polite enough not to say anything. Middle-aged men in work boots don't like admitting they're jumpy. Fear isn't a currency we trade in that world. You get teased for it. You get judged for it. So I swallowed it. I told myself it would fade. That's what everyone says about a bad nighttime will smooth it out. Time doesn't smooth everything. Sometimes time sharpens. A few days after the incident, I drove to a big box sporting goods store after work. Not for fun, Not because I suddenly felt like becoming an outdoor survival influencer. I went because my body needed to build a wall out of objects. I bought a second air horn. I bought an extra can of bear spray. I bought a cheap cord cutter with a guarded blade, something that could slice line fast without taking my fingers with it. I bought a small roll of bright orange paracord, even though I hated the color now. I told myself it was practical. Safety, visibility, the kind of thing a responsible camper carries. Really, I was trying to turn the fear into gear. If I owned the tools, then I owned the story. That was the logic. At the checkout counter, the cashier asked, "Doing some camping?" I smiled and said, "Yeah," because there wasn't another answer that wouldn't make everything weird. He rang it up. He didn't know he was handing me a bag full of talismans. I also bought paper maps. Not just one, a stack. I already had my old gorge map worn soft, its creases familiar as scars. But now I bought state forest maps, trail association prints, even a road atlas like my grandfather used to keep under the seat. I laid them out at home and traced routes with my finger as if my finger could feel danger through ink. Paper beats battery. My dad's rule was no longer advice. It was doctrine. Outside of work, I tried to go back to my normal routines. Grocery runs, gas station coffee, checking the mail. That's where I noticed the worst part. Ordinary places started feeling like edges. I used to move through a grocery store half asleep, thinking about dinner, annoyed by the music overhead. After the gorge, I moved like I was in a field exercise. I watched hands. I watched carts. I listened for footsteps that changed pace to match mine. I chose aisles with sightlines. I stopped letting people walk close behind me without turning to glance, just casually, just enough to see if they were looking at me or through me. The first time I did that, a woman pushing a cart smiled politely and said, "Sorry," like she thought she'd crowded me. I smiled back and said no worries while my heart kept beating too hard for a grocery store. At gas stations, I started parking under lights, even if it meant walking farther to the door. I stopped leaving my car idling while I ran in for a drink. I stopped standing with my back to the open lot while I waited for the pump to click off. I started noticing which vehicles had mismatched doors, which ones had cloudy headlight lenses, which ones were nose out. Once late November, I was pumping gas and a white pickup pulled into the far end of the lot. For half a second, my body went cold, like it remembered before my eyes could confirm anything. I stared too long, waiting for my mind to either relax or tighten. It was a different truck, different shape, different details. But the fact that my body had reacted before my brain caught up made me feel sick. The gorge hadn't just scared me, it had trained me. Sound triggers became my worst enemy. A fan belt squeal in a parking garage. The exact pitch of a belt slipping the way it had in the idling truck that night. Every time I heard that sound, I'd be back in the hammock staring into the dark, waiting for the engine to cut. Tires on gravel. There's a particular rattle when a vehicle rolls slowly over gravel, not accelerating, not braking hard, just creeping. In my neighborhood, there's a section of road by the mailboxes that's covered in loose stone. When someone drove over it at night, the sound would wake me like an alarm, the distant idle of a truck somewhere on the street. It didn't matter that I couldn't see it. The sound alone was enough. My nervous system had learned that idling meant watching. And then there were nights. Sleep was the thing I lost most quietly. At first, I told myself I was just stressed. Work, life, seasonal change, too much caffeine, too much screen time before bed. All the normal excuses people use when their bodies won't let them rest. But it wasn't normal. It had a pattern. I would fall asleep and then wake up at the same time, like my body had an appointment it couldn't miss. 2:13 a.m. At first, it was so consistent I thought my phone was doing something, an alert, a vibration. I turned the sound off. I turned the phone face down. I put it across the room. Still, I woke. Always the same minute within a minute or two. Eyes snapping open. Heart already awake. Breath shallow. In the dark, I'd lie there listening, waiting for the next sound. Sometimes there was nothing. Just the quiet settling of a house, the distant hum of a refrigerator, the faint rush of traffic a few streets over. Other times, something small would happen. A radiator tick a branch, tapping the siding, a neighbor's car door closing, and my body would react as if it had been summoned. I started checking the clock immediately when I woke, like confirmation was part of the ritual. 2:13. Again. After a while, I stopped checking because seeing it was like feeding the pattern. But even when I didn't look, I could feel the timing. My body knew. The way you know the last few minutes before your alarm goes off. The way you know when someone is watching you, even if you can't prove it. During the day, I tried to act normal. I fixed broken door closers and replaced fluorescent tubes and joked with nurses about how the building was held together by duct tape and prayers. I laughed in the right places. I nodded at the right times. At night, I started building systems. Deadbolt, chain, check the window locks, check them again. Place my keys in the same pocket. Put the air horn on my bedside table like it belonged there. It was absurd. A grown man keeping an air horn by his bed. But absurd is what survival looks like when your brain has decided the world is not stable. One evening, I stood by my mailbox in the cold, flipping through bills, and a car rolled by slow on the gravel patch at the corner of the street. The tires made that creeping sound, soft, deliberate, not in a hurry. My body went rigid. My eyes lifted not toward the car exactly, but toward the idea of it, toward the possibility that something familiar was returning. The car kept going. It was just someone looking for an address. The world didn't end. I exhaled slowly, feeling stupid. Then I looked down at the mail in my hands, paper ordinary, harmless, and my stomach tightened anyway. Because it wasn't just the sound that had changed. It was me. The gorge had taught me new rules, and the worst part was how quickly I started following them without thinking. Not because I wanted to, because my body had learned that obedience to the pattern felt like safety. And once you start living like that, the line between caution and control gets thin enough to snap. Chapter 4. Training by December. I could pretend I was functioning. I could carry a conversation. I could laugh at the right times. I could go to work, fix what needed fixing, nod at people in hallways, and drive home without checking the rearview mirror every 5 seconds. But my nights belonged to something else. There are different kinds of quiet in an apartment building. Most people don't notice them because most people aren't listening for the wrong kind of quiet. There's the normal quiet, the soft hum of someone's TV through a wall, pipes clicking as hot water moves the elevator, making its tired groan, a neighbor's footsteps overhead in a familiar rhythm. And then there's the quiet that happens when nothing is wrong, but your body insists something is. That night was the second kind. No storm, no wind, no rain tapping the windows. The air outside was cold, and still the kind of cold that makes the world feel paused. My building sat on the edge of a small neighborhood, 2-story brick, a narrow lot, a row of dumpsters behind it. A place so ordinary, it should have been safe by definition. I went to bed early, not because I was tired, but because I'd started believing sleep was something you could collect like debt. If I laid down sooner, maybe I'd get more of it before my body woke me up again at 2:13. I put my phone face down on the nightstand. I checked the deadbolt. I checked it again. I left the air horn where I could reach it without looking. Then I lay in the dark and waited for my mind to stop moving. It didn't. When I finally drifted off, it was shallow. The kind of sleep where you're half awake the whole time, aware of your own breathing, aware of the weight of the blanket, aware of the building settling. Then my eyes opened. No gradual waking, no stretch, no yawn. Just awake like someone had flipped a switch. The room was black, but I could see the faint rectangle of the window, the lighter shade where the blinds didn't fit perfectly. My mouth was dry. My heart beat too fast, not panic fast, but alert fast, like it had been called to attention. I didn't look at the clock. I didn't have to. My body knew the time the way it knew pain. I lay still and listened. At first, there was only the building's normal breath, the refrigerator hum, a faint hiss from the heating vent, somewhere far off a car passing on the main road. Then clack. So soft I almost thought I'd imagined it. Not a knock, not a bang, a clean contact sound. Two hard surfaces meeting gently. I held my breath. A few seconds passed, then clack. My skin tightened. Every muscle in my legs went taut like I was about to run even though I wasn't moving. Then clack. 3 of them, evenly spaced, the same spacing as the rocks in the woods. My first instinct was to sit up, to reach for my phone, to shine light toward the door, to check the lock. My second instinct, the one that had been trained, was to do nothing. Checking is a kind of payment. It tells whatever is out there that you heard it, that you're responding, that you're participating. My dad never said that in words, but the gorge taught it to me anyway. Every time you move toward the unknown, you confirm it's worth your attention. So I stayed flat on my back, eyes open in the dark, listening so hard it felt like my ears were straining forward. Where did it come from? It wasn't the radiator. Radiators click in messy clusters, not in clean threes. It wasn't the fridge. That hum is constant, the sound of an old animal sleeping. It wasn't my neighbor. Footsteps come with weight and rhythm. This was a precise sound, small but intentional. A signal. I felt my throat go tight. My hands were cold. The air horn sat on the nightstand like a stupid toy, and for a second I wanted to grab it and blast it just to break the spell. But blasting it would mean admitting I believed the sound was real. I lay still until my lungs burned for air, then I took a careful breath through my nose, slow enough that it didn't make noise. The building stayed quiet. No follow-up, no footsteps, no voices. Just the faint hum of normal life continuing. My mind tried to offer explanations the way it always did when fear threatened to become unmanageable. Pipes. Settling. Someone dropping something upstairs. A neighbor's keys tapping the wall. But the spacing, the clean measured gap between each clack wouldn't fit. I waited a full minute. Nothing. 2 minutes. Still nothing. My body buzzed with the need to act. It's almost impossible to describe how hard it is to stay still when your instincts are screaming. Staying still feels like doing nothing, and doing nothing feels like dying. But in the woods, doing nothing had kept us alive. So I stayed. Eventually, my breathing slowed again. The adrenaline started to thin, my muscles eased by degrees. I didn't sleep. Not really. I drifted in and out, always shallow. Then sometime after, I must have gone under enough for the room to blur. I woke again when the first gray light began to seep through the blinds. My throat hurt. My jaw ached from clenching. My pillow was damp with sweat along the edge. I lay there for a moment, staring at the ceiling, letting morning convince me the night had been just a bad dream. Then I swung my feet to the floor. My bare soles touched something gritty. A faint line of damp grit ran along the baseboard near the from my shoes. Because I don't wear shoes from my shoes, because I don't wear shoes in my bedroom. and even if I did, it wouldn't make a line that clean. It looked like something had been pulled, not carried, dragged. A narrow thing, wet and gritty, scraped along the baseboard and left a trace like a signature. I crouched and held my breath again stupidly, as if breathing too loud could wake something up. The grit wasn't dry. When I touched it with the tip of my finger, it came away damp. Cold. My stomach rolled. I looked toward my door. The deadbolt was still thrown. The chain was still latched. The window was closed. The blinds were untouched. No signs of entry. No broken locks. No forced anything. The rational part of my brain clung to that like a life raft. Locked means safe. Except the line on the floor didn't care what my lock meant. I stood up slowly, like sudden movement might trigger another sound. My eyes swept the room, nightstand, dresser, closet door, the shadowed corner by the window. Everything looked normal. Normal in the way a room looks normal right before you find out it isn't. I walked to the kitchen, careful listening. My apartment felt too quiet for morning. The building's usual noises hadn't started yet. No shower running, no muffled conversation, just the hum of my refrigerator and the faint tick of my wall clock. I went back to my bedroom and looked at the grit line again. It was still there. My finger still felt the dampness. I did what I'd started doing after the gorge. I checked my phone like it was a witness. It was still face down on the nightstand. I picked it up and flipped it over. No missed calls, no alerts. Then my eyes snagged on something that made my stomach drop harder than the clacks had. A new audio file. I didn't remember recording anything last night. The file sat there under my voice memos, time-stamped at 2:13 a.m., title a string of numbers, not a date, coordinates, latitude and longitude. For a second, I couldn't breathe. My thumb hovered above the screen. The part of me that still believed in normal life wanted to hit play immediately to force the truth into the open. The part of me that had been trained screamed the opposite. Don't give it what it wants. Don't react. My eyes flicked to the grit line again, as if the floor and the phone were connected by something I couldn't see. I backed away from the nightstand without taking my eyes off the screen. My pulse hammered so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. I set the phone down face up again, like the act of looking away would let it move. I didn't press play. I didn't delete it. I didn't even lock the screen. I just stood there in the pale morning light, staring at the coordinates, like they were a name I wasn't supposed to speak out loud. In the kitchen, the fridge clicked as it changed cycles, and the sound made me flinch so hard, my shoulders jumped. The building was waking up now, pipes, footsteps, muffled doors. Normal life returned around me like a tide. But the file remained on my phone, quiet and patient. And the thin, damp line by the baseboard remained on my floor, proof that something had crossed my space without needing to break a lock. I told myself the same thing I always told myself when fear threatened to become reality. There has to be an explanation. But my body didn't believe in explanations anymore. It believed in patterns, and the pattern had just moved indoors. Chapter 4. Training. After that morning, I stopped pretending I was fine. Not out loud, not in conversation. I still told coworkers I was just tired. I still nodded when someone asked how my weekend was. I still played the part of a man whose life had stayed inside its normal boundaries. But in the quiet moments when I caught myself moving without thinking, I started seeing the shape of what had happened to me. I started seeing the rules. They were everywhere like invisible tape lines on the floor. At lunch, I stopped sitting with my back to open space. It wasn't a choice I made consciously, like deciding to eat healthier or take the stairs. It was something my body did before my brain got a vote. If we went out for sandwiches, I automatically chose the seat where I could see the door. If the only open table had me facing the wall, I'd stand there awkwardly until another one opened, pretending I was waiting for someone. In break rooms, I leaned against cabinets, so my shoulders touched something solid. In meetings, I positioned myself where I could see the hallway. Once a coworker laughed and said, "Man, you trying to guard the place?" I forced a smile and shrugged. "Habit," I said. I didn't tell him it wasn't a habit. It was a symptom. At gas stations, I stopped looking down at my phone while my card processed. I watched the lot instead. I watched hands. I watched who walked too close to the door without going in. I watched vehicles with the engine running and the driver not stepping out. At the grocery store, I wrote lists on paper again, even though my phone was right there. Not because paper is charming or nostalgic, but because paper doesn't light your face up in the dark. Paper doesn't steal your attention. Paper doesn't die when it's cold. And then there were the notes. I started writing things down the way my dad used to, fast, crude pencil marks, the bare facts. Time, sound, direction, 2:13 a.m. 3 clacks, couldn't place the source. Damp grit by baseboard, dragged line cold to touch. New memo titled Coordinates. I filled pages like I was building a case against the night. At first I told myself it was practical. Documentation, proof, something to show law enforcement if things escalated. But the truth was uglier. I wasn't writing because I expected to win. I was writing because writing made me feel less insane. When you put a detail on paper, it becomes real in a way that's easier to endure. It stops floating in your head like a hallucination. It becomes a mark you can point to. There, I can prove I'm not making this up. I bought a cheap spiral notebook and kept it in my kitchen drawer. Not hidden, not locked away, just there like a normal object, because I didn't want to admit it was a shrine. I also started leaving things in the same places obsessively. Keys always in the same pocket. Shoes always pointed toward the door. Air horn always within arm's reach of my bed. Bear spray in the same spot by the entryway clip facing outward. Cord cutter in my tool bag, blade checked. If something was moved even slightly, I noticed. Noticed and then felt that crawling violation under my skin. Handled. That word had become a private terror. I couldn't explain to anyone how it felt when an object wasn't where I'd left it. Most people would shrug and assume they'd forgotten. They'd laugh at themselves. They'd move on. I couldn't. Because my nervous system had learned that moved objects were communication. That rearrangement was a message. That small changes were how a threat tells you it has access to your space. I began to live in a world where small changes mattered too much. The worst part wasn't the fear. Fear is honest. Fear tells you you're vulnerable. The worst part was how my behavior started matching the behavior from that night without me consciously choosing it. I saw it one evening in a stupid, ordinary moment. I came home from work, set my tool bag down, and realized I'd left my phone in my car. It was already dark outside. A normal person would just walk out, grab it, come back in. I stood by my door for a full 10 seconds, hand on the deadbolt, listening. Not for footsteps, not for voices, for the shape of the quiet. I reached for my headlamp out of habit, then stopped. White light would shine through my front window. It would announce me to the parking lot. So I didn't turn it on. I opened the door and stepped out without making a sound, letting the hallway light spill behind me. I didn't walk straight to my car. I stayed close to the building, keeping myself against brick, like it was cover eyes sweeping the lot for movement. When I reached my car, I didn't lean inside with my whole body. I opened the door just enough, grabbed the phone, and shut it quickly. Then I went back inside and locked the deadbolt again. Only after I was in my kitchen did I realize what I'd just done. Blackout. Hold position. Don't go to the road unless you have to. Don't show light. Move quietly. Keep your back to something solid. Keep the next move yours, not theirs. I'd done all of it automatically, like it was how I'd always lived. Like it was my personality instead of my training. I stood there for a long time staring at my own hands. The hands that fixed doors and replaced filters and tightened bolts. The hands that had coiled orange cord and taped receipts into maps. Hands that now moved through my apartment like they were still in the woods. I thought about the voice memo on my phone, the coordinates, the timestamp, the way it sat there quiet and patient. I still hadn't played it. I told myself I was being smart, not reacting, not feeding it. But if I was honest, another thought lived under that I didn't play it, because I was afraid of what it would teach me next. That's what the gorge had become for me, a classroom I didn't remember enrolling in. I started to see the pattern not as a series of events, but as a process. Someone, something had introduced a threat. Then it had watched my response. Then it had rewarded certain behaviors with relief. Blackout and hold, and the patrol light arrives. Noise and strobe, and the men retreat. Don't chase, don't call too early, don't step where they want you to step, survive. It was conditioning, the way you train an animal without it realizing it's being trained. A system that taught you which choices kept you alive. And then once you were taught, the system didn't have to be present anymore. It could live inside you. I wrote that realization in my notebook that night, the pencil digging into paper hard enough to tear the fibers. I am doing the same things even when there is no truck. Then underneath it in smaller letters, because admitting it felt like swallowing something sharp. It wasn't just a night in the woods. It was a lesson plan. I read the sentence over and over until it stopped feeling like a dramatic thought and started feeling like a fact. A cold, practical fact. The kind my dad would have understood immediately. The kind that doesn't comfort you. The kind that turns the quiet into something you can never trust again. Chapter 5. Going Back for the Sunrise. Logan called me in late January when the world had turned the color of old metal and everyone you knew was either sick, broke, or dreaming of spring. His voice sounded normal on the surface, slightly too loud, slightly too upbeat, the way he always sounded when he was trying to prove something to himself. "Hey," he said. "So, I'm coming back through next month, before I move for good." I already knew what he was going to ask. I could hear it in the pause between words, in the way he cleared his throat, like he was stepping up to a podium. "We should go back," he said. The sentence landed heavy in my kitchen. I stood there with my phone in my hand, looking at the counter where my spiral notebook lived in the drawer like a secret. In the living room, the TV played some mindless show I wasn't really watching. Outside, the wind pushed a dry branch against the window in a slow scrape that made my body tense before my brain could label it. Why, I asked, even though I understood. "Closure," he said quickly, like he'd rehearsed it. I don't want that to be the last time I'm in the gorge. I don't want to leave Kentucky with that night as the story." I swallowed. The truth was, he wasn't asking to go back for closure. He was asking to go back to win, to prove the night hadn't marked him, to prove he could return to the same place and still be the one in charge of his own body. I knew that feeling. I had it too, buried under my caution. "Logan," I started and then stopped. I didn't want to sound like a parent. I didn't want to sound like a coward. I didn't want to admit how much the idea of that road made my stomach fold in on itself. "We don't have to camp," he said as if he'd read my mind. "Just day hike. We go in the morning. We park at the official lot. We walk to the overlook. We leave before dark. We're not doing the roadside thing. We're not being idiots." His words were practical, sensible. They came with safety built in like padding. And still my chest tightened. Because it wasn't about what we would do. It was about what the place represented. The gorge had stopped being a destination. It had become a proof point. A question written in the air, "Are you still afraid?" If I said no, I could tell myself I was choosing peace. I could tell myself I was being smart. If I said yes, I could tell myself I was choosing control. I could pretend I was reclaiming something. Both were stories. Neither was clean. "I'll think about it," I said. Logan exhaled, disappointed. "Come on, man. You know it's not the same now. They got arrested. Patrols stepped up. It's daytime. It's safe." Safe. The word felt cheap in my mouth. "I'll think about it," I repeated. We hung up. I stood in my kitchen longer than I needed to, staring at nothing. My body wanted to say no. My pride wanted to say yes. And somewhere in the middle was something worse, an itch I couldn't scratch. The need to prove I wasn't owned by fear. That's how it starts. That's how people end up making the wrong choice in the dark. They stop listening to their instincts and start listening to their ego. For 3 days, I tried to ignore the idea. I went to work. I fixed a door closer that kept slamming. I replaced a belt on an HVAC unit and flinched when it squealed, then forced myself to laugh at my own reaction. I told myself I didn't need to prove anything. The gorge wasn't a judge. It wasn't a man with a clipboard. It was just rock and trees and a road. Then, on the 4th night, I woke at 2:13 a.m., again eyes open in darkness like someone had tapped my shoulder. I lay there listening to my building breathe. No clacks, no whispers, no voice memo. Just quiet. But the quiet didn't feel empty. It felt like a pause. And in that pause, I understood something cold. The place didn't have to call me back. I was the one still answering. By the time morning came, I'd already decided. When Logan texted the date he'd be in town Saturday, first week of February, I replied with a single word. "Okay." He called immediately, relieved. "Yes. Thank you. I swear we'll do it right." "Daylight only," I said. "Official lot. We tell someone the route. We leave before dark. No shortcuts, no roadside." "I know," he said. "I know." But even as he said it, I could hear the edge in his voice, the desire to go close to the line without crossing it. People don't want safety. They want the feeling of safety while standing near danger. That Saturday, the sky was clear and pale. The kind of winter morning that makes your breath look like smoke and your hands sting when you touch metal. Logan met me at my place with his gear already packed, though he didn't need much for a day hike. He wore boots that looked brand new and a jacket that still held its factory stiffness. He tried to act casual, like this was just another outing. I could tell by the way he kept rubbing his palms together that his body didn't believe him. "Got the essentials?" I asked as we loaded into my car. "Yeah," he said. "Headlamp spare batteries, water snacks, bear spray." He patted his belt like he wanted me to notice, and I brought my phone charger. "Paper map," I said. He rolled his eyes automatically, then caught himself and nodded. Yeah, I brought one." "Good." We told someone our plan, not in a dramatic way. I texted my friend Caleb, who lived nearby and had done the gorge with me before. Parking at Chimney Top Lot, hiking to Overlook, back by 3. He replied with a thumbs up and a joke about me finally acting like an adult. I didn't tell him why it mattered. We drove out with the heater blasting and the radio low. The road felt different in winter. The leaves were down, which opened the forest in a way that should have been comforting. More visibility, less hiding. But the emptiness made it worse. Bare branches don't soften sound. Every engine carries farther. Every vehicle becomes clearer, more distinct, easier to track. As we turned onto the scenic byway, I watched the pull-offs like they were teeth. I noticed every tire track in the shoulder, every patch of disturbed gravel, every place a vehicle could nose out and wait. Logan talked to fill space again, but his voice sounded a little forced, like he was reading from a script titled Normal Day Hike. Crazy how different it looks without the leaves, he said. Yeah, I replied, eyes on the road. We passed families in minivans, couples in puffy jackets, a group of college kids laughing too loud as they piled out of a Subaru. Day hikers with trekking poles and bright hats. Ordinary people doing ordinary things. It should have made me relax. Instead, it sharpened the edges. Because the most dangerous lie about places like this is that crowds mean safety. Crowds mean targets. Crowds mean cover. I kept seeing the road not as a scenic drive, but as a corridor. A line of blind curves and pockets of darkness, even in daylight. Gravel spurs that disappeared behind Laurel. Pull-offs that looked harmless until you imagined a vehicle parked nose out, engine off, waiting. We reached the official lot in late morning. It was half full. Sunlight spilled across the gravel, bright enough to make you squint. A ranger-style kiosk stood at the edge with maps under plastic. Someone had stapled a few notices there, trail conditions, safety reminders, a faded warning about securing food. Logan stepped out and stretched like he was shaking off the past. See, he said, spreading his arms. Normal. Nothing. I didn't answer. I was looking at the entrance to the lot the way the road approached it. I was counting distances, how long it would take a vehicle to enter, how long before you'd hear it, what angle the sun hit the trees. My body was doing the math again. We started up the trail toward the overlook with other hikers around us. The path was packed dirt and rock, easy in the winter because the underbrush had died back. We passed a couple holding hands, a dad carrying a toddler on his shoulders, a woman with a golden retriever that wagged at us like the world was kind. I nodded and smiled and acted like a person who belonged here. But my eyes kept sliding to the side paths, the little unofficial cuts where people step off trail to pee or smoke or take photos. The narrow gaps between Laurel where someone could stand and watch without being seen. I hated myself for it. I hated how the day couldn't stay a day. As we climbed, Logan's pace picked up. He wanted to reach the overlook quickly, like getting there would prove something, like standing on that rock in sunlight would erase the night. Hey, I said, gentle but firm. We keep it steady. We don't race, we don't get separated. He slowed, embarrassed. Yeah, sorry. We reached the overlook and stood on sandstone that dropped into open air. The gorge stretched out below us, winter brown and beautiful. The sky was clean. The sun hit the rock face and made it glow a pale gold. For a moment, it was exactly what we'd wanted back in October. The kind of view that makes you feel small in a good way. Logan let out a breath that sounded like relief. See, he said softly. This is why I wanted to come back. I nodded, but my stomach stayed tight, because the view wasn't the problem. The road was. From the overlook, you could see slivers of it through the trees, in places gray ribbon cutting the forest. Vehicles moved along it like tiny toys, normal life passing through. And in that movement, I kept imagining one specific kind of vehicle, a white pickup, mismatched door, lights off even in daylight, because it didn't want to be seen. I forced myself to focus on what was real. The cold air, the smell of rock, the sound of distant laughter from the trail behind us. Logan took photos. He talked about how he'd missed this. He asked if we should hike farther, maybe loop something else. I shook my head. No, I said. We stick to the plan. We go back. We're out before dark. He frowned, the old stubbornness flickering. "It's not even noon." "It doesn't matter," I said. He stared at me, and for a second I saw the truth in his expression. He wanted to push it. Not for the scenery, for the test. I held his gaze until he looked away. "Fine," he muttered. "We'll go back." As we started down passing other hikers, I felt a strange mix of relief and shame. Relief because we were choosing safety. Shame because it felt like surrender. That's the trap, the one nobody warns you about. Fear makes safety feel like losing. It makes the smart choice taste bitter. It makes you want to step closer to the edge just to prove you can. But as we walked back toward the lot under clear winter sun, I couldn't shake the thought that had been growing in me since Logan's call. We weren't returning to the gorge for closure. We were returning to see if the lesson still held. To see if the night had trained us so well we'd obey even in daylight. And the worst part was, I wasn't sure who I was trying to prove that to. Chapter 5. Going back for the sunrise. The walk back to the lot should have been the easy part. Downhill, familiar trail, sunlight on rock, other hikers around us like proof that the world was normal again. Logan loosened up as we descended. He started pointing out stupid things, an old carving in a tree, a frozen puddle shaped like a footprint, a hawk circling in the distance. He laughed once, real laughter, and for a moment I felt the tension in my shoulders ease. Then we hit the first bend, where the trail runs close to a narrow side cut. It wasn't even an official spur, just one of those faint, unmarked paths where people step off to take a photo or smoke or pee. The dirt was worn down from repeated boots. A few sticks had been shoved aside to open it wider. I almost walked past it like I always would. But my eyes caught on something bright in the leaf litter. A thread. Not long. Not a line. Just a few thin fibers snagged on a thorny stem, glowing orange against winter brown. I stopped without meaning to. Logan took 2 more steps before realizing I wasn't beside him. What he asked already annoyed, like he thought I was about to spiral again. I crouched and pinched the stem carefully between 2 fingers. There, tangled in the thorns, were orange fibers, fine frayed like the edge of cut paracord. The same shade as the cord from our camp. It could have been anything the rational part of my brain insisted. Hunters use orange, trail crews use orange, surveyors use orange flagging tape, people drop trash, things snag on plants. But my body didn't care about could. It cared about matches. My thumb rubbed the fibers lightly. They clung stubbornly. Logan leaned over my shoulder. "Dude, that's orange," I said. He let out a short breath through his nose. "It's a park. People use orange stuff everywhere." "Yeah," I said, forcing myself to stand. Probably nothing. I said the words, but my stomach didn't hear them. We kept walking. A quarter mile later, I noticed something else. Cut stems. Not broken branches, not storm damage, not animal browse. Clean cuts at a consistent height, shin level, like someone had trimmed a corridor through brush. The cuts were fresh enough that the exposed wood still looked pale. It wasn't a full path, not something the park would call a trail. It was more like lanes. Logan didn't see it until I pointed it out. He frowned. Trail crew. Maybe, I said, but it didn't make sense. Trail crew wouldn't trim a corridor that led away from the official trail into nowhere. They wouldn't cut in short, repeated bursts like someone trying to mark direction without being obvious. And they definitely wouldn't do it at shin height, the exact height where your legs swing through when you're moving fast. The pattern crawled under my skin. I didn't say anything else. Kids running in circles, a couple taking, kids running in circles, a couple taking photos with a selfie stick, a dog barking in excitement. Normal. And still, I found myself scanning the vehicles the way I'd scanned the woods. White pickup trucks, mismatched doors, windows down, plates dirty enough to hide characters. Logan opened his mouth like he was about to say something, then closed it again. He'd started to notice my scanning. He'd started to understand it wasn't a choice. The kiosk stood at the edge of the lot with the big map under cloudy plastic. Beside it was a bulletin board with laminated notices held down by thumbtacks and sun-faded tape. The kind of board people barely look at unless they're lost. I walked toward it anyway. Logan followed reluctantly, like he didn't want to admit he cared. The board was a collage of official and half-official information, trail conditions, burn ban notices, a flyer for a volunteer cleanup day, a list of phone numbers in case of emergency, a weather sheet that looked like it had been printed weeks ago, and then lower down, pinned at a crooked angle, was a fresh, bright white sheet in a plastic sleeve. Secure your campsite. Report suspicious behavior immediately. The wording was blunt. No poetry, no drama. Under it, bullet points: do not leave coolers or gear unattended at roadside sites. If a vehicle passes repeatedly or with lights off at night, note the description and plate if possible. Do not approach suspicious persons. Move to a well-lit area and call for assistance. Report trip lines, altered trails, or unusual markers to park staff. My throat tightened. Logan read over my shoulder and went still. That's... he started. Yeah, I said. A familiar heat rose in my chest, not anger, not exactly. Decided that trust your instincts wasn't decided, that trust your instincts wasn't enough, and had put it into printer ink. A man in a green jacket walked up beside us, keys clipped to his belt radio on his shoulder. Ranger or volunteer, hard to tell at first, but the patch on his sleeve said U.S. Forest Service, and the name tape read Martin. He nodded at the board like he'd seen it 1,000 times. You guys headed out? He asked casually. Yeah, I said. My voice came out cautious. We just, noticed that notice. His eyes flicked to it and then back to us. There was something in his look that wasn't surprise, more like recognition of the kind of person who reads warnings because they've been in the story already. Yeah, he said. We've had issues. Logan's jaw tightened. How many? The Ranger Martin gave a small exhale like he was choosing how much truth to hand us. Enough, he said. Mostly along the scenic road pull-offs. Folks camping roadside, leaving coolers out, gear loose. Sometimes it's just theft. Sometimes it's intimidation. Lights off trucks, I said before I could stop myself. Martin's eyes sharpened slightly. He didn't look shocked. He looked confirmed. Yep, he said. That's one of the things. People cruise at night with their lights off. They can see you. You can't see them. Logan shifted his weight, anger flashing across his face. That's exactly. I cut him off with a look. I didn't want to say too much in the open lot. I didn't know why. Habit, maybe. The training again, don't advertise. Martin looked at me and it felt like he could see the tension under my skin. You guys have a run-in? He asked. I hesitated. The official part of me wanted to stay quiet. The part that wanted to know the size of the problem leaned forward. Back in October, I said. Roadside site about a mile short of this lot. White pickup. 2 men. They messed with our camp. Trip line. Martin nodded slowly. Orange cord. My stomach dropped. Logan blinked hard. How do you? Martin raised his hands slightly, not defensive, just explanatory. We've had reports. Orange cord fishing line, sometimes just tape. Folks stringing it at shin height or shoulder height. It's a hazard and it's a message. A message. That word hit me in the ribs. What kind of message? Logan asked, voice tight. Martin's gaze drifted toward the tree line, not because he saw something there, but because that's where the answer lived. It means somebody was there, he said. It means somebody wants you to know they were there. And sometimes it means they want you to move in a direction they choose. My mouth went dry. I thought of the cut stems at shin height, the orange fibers snagged on thorns, lanes. The volunteer patrol, I said. A guy came by with a spotlight, said he was Forest Service volunteer. Martin nodded again more firmly. We've got volunteers running night loops when we can, especially weekends. We started stepping it up last fall. Logan looked at me eyes wide with the realization that we hadn't been a fluke. We'd been a data point. Do you have, like, an incident number? Logan asked. Martin shrugged. If you filed a report, you got a number. Sheriff handles most of it because it's criminal. We log hazards and coordinate. But yeah, there are logs. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. The word logs made it feel like a system paper trails patterns names. Not a nightmare. An ongoing thing. Martin pointed at another laminated sheet on the board lower down. It had a simple graphic of a car and a phone and bold text. If you see something, say something. Do not wait until you pack up. Under it were phone numbers. Sheriff, dispatch, ranger, district office, forest service, law enforcement. My eyes snagged on the words the way they might snag on orange fiber. Don't wait. Don't pack up first. Don't give the night time to rewrite itself. Logan's voice came out angry now. So they're still out here. Martin's expression stayed calm, but his mouth tightened. Some of them, yeah. Some get caught, some don't. Some come and go. This place is big and the road makes it easy. He paused, then added, and some people copy what they hear. That chilled me more than the rest. Copy. Not just the suspects. The method. If the method could be learned, it could spread. It could become folklore with teeth. I thought of the clack's 3 hard, evenly spaced sounds in the dark. I thought of the whistle, the way it hadn't sounded like a bird. Have you heard about signals? I asked carefully. Whistling, rocks. Martin didn't look surprised. He looked tired. Yeah, he said. We've had campers report whistles tapping weird noises. Hard to verify. Sometimes it's kids. Sometimes it's people trying to communicate without talking. Sometimes it's nothing. Sometimes it's somebody testing if you're awake. Testing. The word slid through me like cold water. Logan swallowed. His face had gone pale under his winter cap. Martin's radio crackled softly, a short squelch. Both Logan and I flinched at the same time. Martin noticed. His eyes softened slightly, the closest thing to sympathy I'd seen on his face. You guys did the right thing, he said. You didn't chase. You didn't wander the road in the dark. You made noise. You got help. His words should have comforted me. Instead, they felt like someone patting a cast and calling it healed. Because the truth was, hearing that these incidents were common didn't make me feel safer. It made me feel stupid. It meant the gorge wasn't a bubble like I'd told Logan back in October. It meant it never had been. People cruise those pull-offs because they know campers relax near scenic overlooks. They know people treat the edge of a park like it's protected by some invisible force. It's not. It's just trees and gravel and distance. Martin stepped away to answer his radio, leaving Logan and me standing at the bulletin board, like 2 men reading our own autopsy report. Logan stared at the laminated notice again. They printed it, he said quietly. Like it's routine. I didn't respond. My eyes had gone back to the list of bullet points, and I realized something cold. The notice wasn't just warning people. It was describing behavior. Keep bear spray where your hand can find it in the dark. Write down what you can on something that won't lose battery. Understand what it means if a stranger ties anything new at shoulder height. Those weren't generic safety tips. They were lessons pulled straight out of our night. I felt my notebook waiting at home in the kitchen drawer full of pencil marks. I felt the voice memo on my phone like a weight. And as families laughed around us in the winter sun, as dogs wagged and kids ran and someone's grill sizzled, I found myself looking past the lot again toward the road. Because the road was still there. And the pull-offs were still there. And the gorge, beautiful and different, was still full of places where someone could string an orange line and let you learn the lesson the hard way. Chapter 5. Going back for the sunrise. We left the lot earlier than Logan wanted. That was the compromise I could live with. Stay long enough to prove we could stand on the rock in daylight, not long enough to let the afternoon thin into the kind of light that turns every tree into a hiding place again. Still, time moved the way it always does when you're trying to control it. It slipped. We walked a second short loop just to burn off Logan's restless energy. We drank coffee from a thermos sitting on the tailgate. We watched the families come and go. We listened to the ordinary talk around us and tried to let it coat our nerves in something normal. By the time we got back in the car, the sun had dropped low enough that the shadows in the woods were starting to lengthen. The lot lights hadn't come on yet, but the day had lost its easy brightness. The air felt sharper. The winter sky had gone pale and thin, like paper pulled tight. Logan glanced at the road, and then at me as if he could sense the shift. Still, a couple hours before dark, he said, "Pushing." "We could know," I said, and my tone ended the conversation. "We said we leave before it gets weird." He stared out the window for a moment, jaw working, then nodded once like he didn't agree but didn't want to fight. "Fine," he muttered. "Fine." I pulled out of the lot and onto the byway. The tires hummed on pavement. The heater blew warm air that smelled faintly like old plastic. The road unspooled ahead, gray ribbon between bare branches. Without leaves, the forest looked open, but it wasn't open the way a field is open. It was open like a skeleton, everything visible but still capable of hiding things in the gaps. We drove in silence for a while. I kept my eyes on the pull-offs the same way I always did now. The ones that looked safe because they were flat. The ones that were angled just right for a truck to sit nose out. The blind curves where a vehicle could roll down with lights off, and you'd only hear it when it was already close. Logan finally said quieter, "Do you feel better?" I thought about it. About the overlook glowing in daylight. About Ranger Martin's calm voice. About the laminated notice pinned crooked on the board like a quiet confession. "No," I said honestly. "Different, not better." He didn't respond. The road dipped and rose. A few cars passed us heading the other way. Day hikers going home, their headlights already on, even though the sun hadn't fully set. Their faces flashed by brief and anonymous. Then around a bend where the byway straightened, and you could see a long stretch ahead, I saw it. A pickup truck parked on a gravel pull-off on the right. White body, nose out. Passenger side turned toward the road. The first thing I noticed wasn't the shape or the color. It was the way it sat, like it had been placed there, not parked. Ready to move. Ready to leave. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. I felt the bones in my hands shift under the skin. Logan sat up straighter, as if his body recognized the pattern before his eyes did. "Is that," he started. I didn't answer. As we got closer, the details sharpened. The passenger door didn't match. Not primer gray this time. Darker, maybe black, maybe a deep blue. A different door, the seam line slightly off. The kind of mismatch you don't get from normal wear. The kind you get from replacement, from damage, from a vehicle that's been through things. The driver's window was down. One headlight lens looked cloudy, catching the last sun like a dull eye. I felt a cold bloom behind my ribs. 2 men sat inside. Or maybe one. The glare made it hard to tell, but there were shapes. Stillness. Faces turned toward the road. Toward us. They didn't wave. They didn't nod. They didn't look curious. They looked patient, like they'd been waiting for someone to drive past and give them a reason to move. Logan's voice dropped to a whisper without him meaning to. No way. My heart beat hard, but my face stayed still. I forced my foot to keep the same pressure on the gas. No brake tap, no speed change, no reaction. As we passed, I turned my eyes forward and kept them there, but the mirror caught it anyway. The truck remained in the pull-off. No engine start, no lights, just presence. My throat tightened so much it felt like swallowing glass. Logan twisted in his seat to look back. "They're watching," he said, voice cracking. "Don't," I snapped, not because I disagreed, but because thickened into a darker band. The sky thickened into a darker band. The sky thinned toward dusk. And then the engine started behind us. Not loud, not revving, just the low, steady cough of a truck turning over. Logan's hands went to the dash. "They're quiet," I said. I watched my rearview mirror. Headlights didn't appear. The truck rolled out of the pull-off with its lights off, a dark shape sliding onto the byway as if it belonged there. It didn't accelerate hard. It didn't chase. It just joined the road. Behind us. At a distance that felt deliberate. Far enough to pretend it was coincidence. Close enough to make sure we knew it wasn't. Logan's breathing went shallow again. He looked like he was about to speak and couldn't find the words. My body ran the math automatically. Distance maybe 200 yards. Speed matching ours. Road conditions, 2 lanes, limited shoulders, pull-off, scattered. Options: keep going. Don't stop. Don't give them a reason. I clicked my headlights to high beams. The road ahead lit up bright, white, clean. The bare branches threw hard shadows. The world in front of us became harsh and obvious. Behind us in the mirror, the truck stayed dark. No lights. Just a moving shadow that held its place like it was tethered to us by an invisible cord. We drove like that for several miles. No honking, no flash, no aggressive moves, just the steady presence. It was worse than being chased. A chase is a story with an ending. Either you lose them, or they catch you, or you reach help. This wasn't a chase. It was a demonstration. Logan finally whispered. "Is it the same guys I thought of the arrests? The charges, the evidence bags, the knife in a county file?" "It doesn't matter," I said, and my voice sounded older than I felt. He stared at me. I kept my eyes on the road, but the truth was sharp in my head. Whether it was the same men or not didn't change what my body was experiencing. The method existed. The pattern existed. The behavior had become part of the gorge's ecosystem, the way ticks and poison ivy are part of it. And now something was showing us that it had noticed us noticing. It had noticed us reading the bulletin board. It had noticed us leaving before dark. It had noticed us trying to be smart. It was reminding us that smart doesn't make you invisible. Smart just makes you interesting in a different way. The truck stayed behind us until we hit a stretch where the byway widened briefly near a busier intersection. More cars, more light, a gas station in the distance with a neon sign that looked like salvation. As we approached, the truck finally did something so small, so casual, it was almost polite. It slowed, not enough to be obvious, just enough to let another vehicle slide between us. A minivan full of kids' headlights on normal life. The minivan became a buffer. The truck fell back behind it, still dark, still patient. And then at the next bend, it turned off into a gravel spur and disappeared without ever turning its lights on. No goodbye, no threat, no confirmation that it had even been real. Just gone. Logan let out a ragged breath. He wiped his palms on his jeans like he was trying to erase sweat. "That's insane," he said. I didn't respond. Because the insanity wasn't that a truck had followed us for a few miles. The insanity was how quickly my body accepted it as normal. How quickly it ran the same calculations from the woods blackout hold: don't react, don't feed. The road opened up as we got closer to town. Streetlights appeared. Traffic increased. The world filled with the noise of other people's lives. I drove home with my high beams off now because the streetlights did the work, but my shoulders stayed tight. My jaw stayed clenched. My eyes kept scanning mirrors and side streets and pull-offs as if the method could manifest anywhere. When we reached the edge of my neighborhood, Logan finally spoke again, voice small. "So what now?" I parked and turned off the engine. The sudden silence inside the car felt too complete, like the moment after a horn blast when your ears ring. I stared at my hands on the wheel. What now? The easy answer was we go inside. We lock the deadbolt. We tell ourselves we're safe. But the night had taught me something the law couldn't undo. The method didn't need the woods to exist. It only needed people. It only needed the gaps between lighted places. It only needed you to believe you could control everything if you followed the right rules. I looked at Logan and saw the question on his face, the same question that had lived in mine for months. Are we done? I wanted to tell him yes. I wanted to tell myself yes. Instead, I said the only honest thing I could. I don't think it's over, I said. Then I opened my door and stepped out into my own driveway, the air cold and ordinary, and felt under the normal sounds of my street, the faint sensation of moving inside someone else's map. Chapter 6. The copy. After the truck disappeared, I told myself I would stop looking for it. That was the promise I made in the quiet, the kind of promise you make because it sounds like sanity. I'm not going to let this take more from me. I'm not going to live like a hunted animal. I'm not going to give the night the satisfaction. Then I opened my front door, stepped into my apartment, and realized I wasn't the one in charge of what I noticed anymore. The first anomaly was so small, I almost laughed at myself for caring. Laundry. A Wednesday night. Normal routine. Work clothes in a heap, hoodie tossed over a chair, socks like dead mice under the bed. I gathered everything and carried it down to the basement laundry room, the one with the stained tile floor and the no loitering sign that nobody reads. The basement smelled like dryer heat and old concrete. The fluorescent light flickered the way it always did, making shadows jump in the corners. I didn't like basements anymore. Not since the gorge. Basements are too much like woods at night, contained quiet, full of places sound can hide. I did my laundry fast and went back upstairs, telling myself the anxiety was stupid, telling myself I was just tired. Later, folding clothes on my bed, I pulled the lint trap out of the dryer and ran my thumb over it out of habit. Gray fuzz clung to my skin. Threads, hair, dust, and one thin fiber bright as a warning label. Orange. It was the size of an eyelash, a single strand caught in the lint like it had always belonged there. I stared at it until my eyes hurt. Then I did the thing I'd learned to do. I tried to talk it down. Maybe it was from work. Maybe I'd brushed against construction tape. Maybe it was from the sporting goods bag paracord packaging, something cheap that shed. Orange is everywhere. Orange is common. Orange means nothing. But my stomach didn't believe in nothing anymore. I picked the fiber off the lint with the tip of my fingernail and held it up to the light. Same shade. Same bright, nasty, safety orange. I felt heat rise behind my eyes, the kind of frustration that comes when your brain knows you're being ridiculous and your body refuses to cooperate. I threw it in the trash and washed my hands too long. That should have been the end of it. It wasn't. A few days later, I came home from work and found my tool bag sitting in the exact spot I'd left it by the entryway. Normal. I hung my jacket. I kicked off my boots. I moved through the little routine I'd built like rails. Then I opened my closet to grab a flashlight, because I always keep one there now, and my eyes snagged on a cord. A short length of paracord I used to hang a spare bag. Simple. I'd tied it months ago, a basic knot my hands could do in the dark. Except the knot wasn't the knot. It was still a knot, still holding, still doing its job. But it wasn't the one I remembered tying. The loop was shorter. The tail was tucked differently. The bite angle was cleaner, tighter. The kind of tidy you get when someone has time and care. I stood there with my closet door open, staring at that knot like it had eyes. My brain did the familiar dance. Maybe you tied it differently. Maybe you're misremembering. Maybe it shifted over time. Maybe you're spiraling. I reached up and touched it. The cord was stiff under my fingers, the fibers pressed into a shape by pressure and intention. The knot felt fresh. Not new, but recently tightened. My mouth went dry. I stepped back and looked at my apartment like it had changed while I wasn't watching. The locks were still locked. The deadbolt was still thrown. The window latches were still down. No forced entry. No broken anything. And yet the knot looked wrong in the exact way the orange cord had looked wrong, deliberate. I took my phone out and snapped a picture. Then another closer zoomed in on the crossing strands. That was the first time I did it. The first time I thought, if I photograph it, I can stop thinking about it. That logic didn't hold. It never holds. A photograph doesn't stop fear. It just proves you're afraid enough to document. After that, I started photographing everything. Not immediately. Not like some dramatic montage where a guy builds a wall of evidence on his living room floor. It was slower. It was the way habits form one small choice that becomes a routine before you realize you've built a life around it. I took a photo of the knot on my closet cord. Then the next day, I took another. I compared them. Same. I felt relief, thin and shaky. Then I noticed something else. My fridge. It sounds stupid, but hear me out. I came home late one night, tired, half asleep. I opened my refrigerator to grab a bottle of water. The latch made a soft click, normal, mechanical. But my body reacted as if I'd heard something entirely different. As if the cooler lid had opened. My stomach tightened. My skin crawled. A flash of that October night slammed into my head, cooler lid, hanging open, cold air, spilling into the woods like breath, the sense of violation. I stood there with the fridge door open, the light shining on plastic shelves, feeling absurdly terrified of my own kitchen. The water bottle sweated in my hand. I stared into the refrigerator like it was a box someone else had rummaged through. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. Still, I found myself checking. Not for food, for evidence of handling. A jar turned, a shelf shifted, a smudge that wasn't mine. The next morning, I rearranged my fridge without thinking, labels facing outward, items placed in a particular order, like I was setting a trap for my future self. If anything moved, I'd know. That was the moment I realized I wasn't just afraid. I was auditing reality. I started marking my cords, Sharpie on paracord, tiny dots near knots, lines across a loop so I could see if it rotated. I marked the laces on my hiking boots. I marked the zipper pulls on my backpack. I marked the handle of my tool bag with a small dot in a corner, where nobody would notice unless they were looking for it. I told myself it was clever. If someone touched my stuff, I'd have proof. But the real reason was uglier. I didn't trust my memory anymore. Because the thing about being handled isn't just that someone moves your objects, it's that they make you doubt your own mind. Did I leave it like that? Did I tie it that way? Am I losing it? That doubt is a weapon. It turns you into your own unreliable witness. So I built a system to protect myself from myself. I made a habit of checking the marks. Every night before bed, I walked my apartment like a security guard. Not dramatic, quiet, quick. Window latches, deadbolt, closet cord, tool bag dot, backpack zipper pull mark, and then my fridge stupidly because I couldn't stop. Sometimes everything was exactly as it should be, and I'd feel a dull relief like surviving one more day. Other times I'd find a tiny change. A mark rotated 0.5 centimeter, a knot tail sitting a little flatter, a cord loop sitting a little straighter than I remembered. Nothing definitive. Nothing I could bring to a deputy and say, "Look, this is proof." Just enough to keep me awake. One Sunday afternoon, I tried to break the cycle. I went out with a friend from work, Caleb, the guy I'd texted before the gorge hike. We met at a diner and ate greasy breakfast food at 2 in the afternoon, like we were still in our 20s. Caleb talked about sports. He talked about his kids' school. He talked about the landlord raising rent. Normal life. I nodded and laughed. I tried to be present, but I couldn't stop scanning the room. I chose a seat with my back to the wall. I watched the door. I watched the hands of the man at the counter when he reached into his jacket pocket. I watched a couple in a booth whispering and wondered if they were talking about me. Caleb noticed eventually, his brow furrowed. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I said automatically. He leaned forward. "No, like, really. You've been weird lately." Weird. The word hit harder than it should have. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to empty the whole thing onto the table, white pickup, orange cord, Clack's voice memo with coordinates, damp, grit line in my apartment. But if I said it out loud, it would become a story that could be judged. Believed or not. Mocked or not. Explained away or not. And worse, if I said it out loud, I'd be confirming that my life had been changed by something I couldn't prove. So I did what people do when they're cornered by concern. I lied. "Just not sleeping," I said. "Work's been nuts." Caleb nodded sympathetically, satisfied with a normal explanation. And I hated myself for how grateful I was that he didn't push. Because it meant I could keep my obsession private. That night I came home and checked my marks again. Everything was normal, but I still couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying the way the truck had followed us at a distance, lights off, not chasing, demonstrating. It noticed you noticing. It noticed you reading the board. It noticed you trying to be smart. Maybe it didn't matter that those 2 men were arrested. Maybe it didn't matter if the truck we saw was the same one or another one wearing the same cues. The method was the thing that mattered. The method could live in anyone, and methods leave traces, tiny, almost invisible changes in objects you thought you controlled. I lay in bed and stared at my ceiling, waiting for 2:13 like it was a scheduled appointment. When my eyes finally closed, it wasn't rest. It was a shallow drift full of imagined sounds. Fan belts, squealing tires on gravel, cooler latches clicking. And in the middle of it, all the quietest sound of all, the one that had started to feel like a private language between me and whatever had trained me. A cord tightening, a knot changing, a system checking whether I was still paying attention. Chapter 6. The copy. The proof didn't arrive with a bang. It arrived the way the orange cord had arrived at the campsite, quietly, neatly, with the confidence of something that didn't need to rush. It was a Monday night in mid-February, the kind of night where the cold isn't dramatic anymore, just relentless. I'd worked late fixing a busted door closer and a leaky sink that had turned a ceiling tile into a sponge. My hands smelled like metal and old water. My shoulders ached the way they always do when you spend a day tightening bolts you didn't loosen. I came home with my hood up and my head down, moving on autopilot. The parking lot behind my building was half full. A couple of porch lights glowed on neighboring houses. The dumpsters sat in their usual corner like dark animals. The world looked ordinary, and the worst thing about ordinary is that it makes you lower your guard without permission. I walked up the short set of exterior stairs to the second-floor landing. The rail was cold under my palm, gritty with winter dust. My key slid into the lock with that familiar resistance, old building, old hardware. I didn't turn the knob immediately. I listened. Habit now. A tiny pause to let my ears decide if the hallway sounded like it should. Nothing unusual, so I opened the door and stepped into the corridor. The hallway lights were on timers, dim and yellow, the kind that make everything look slightly sick. My neighbors' doors sat shut, each with their own scuffs and wreath hooks and cheap welcome mats. Mine was at the end near a corner, which used to feel like privacy and now felt like a blind spot. I looked down without thinking, and my stomach dropped. On my doormat, centered like someone had placed it for a photo, were two stones. One smooth river stone on top of another, balanced perfectly, not a pile, not a scatter, a deliberate stack, the kind you see on hiking trails, sometimes little cairns people build to mark a path or leave a message. The kind kids make as a joke. The kind that had no business being in an apartment hallway. For a second, I didn't move. My body locked up the way it had in the woods when the print appeared over Logan's track. My mind sprinted through explanations. Maybe a kid from upstairs did it. Maybe a neighbor's child. Maybe it fell out of someone's pocket. Maybe maintenance. Maybe nothing. But the stones were clean. No grime, no wet mud, no random grit from the parking lot. They looked like they'd been rinsed. They looked chosen. I crouched slowly, careful not to touch them yet, as if touching them would make them real in a way I couldn't undo. On the lower stone, there was a faint smear of something darker than the rock itself. Not paint, not dirt. A scuff mark like a thumbnail had dragged across it, and beside the stones, barely visible on the mat, fibers a single strand of orange fuzz clung like a hair. I felt my throat tighten until swallowing hurt. I stood up and looked down the hallway. Nothing moved. No doors opening, no footsteps, no laughter. Just the dim hum of the building, the faint electrical buzz of old lights. I turned my head toward the stairwell. No one there either. The stones sat on my mat like a quiet hand. A signature. My first instinct was to grab my phone and call 911. To say someone was leaving objects at my door, to say I was being harassed, to get ahead of whatever this was. Then I pictured the dispatcher's pause. What objects? Stones. Stones, two stones stacked. And what then? I explained. The gorge. The orange cord. The clacks. The voice memo with coordinates. The damp grit line in my bedroom. The knots that shift. I'd sound insane, not dramatic, not paranoid, insane. And once you sound insane to authority, you don't get help. You get filed away. So I didn't call. I stepped over the stones and unlocked my door, every muscle in my back, expecting the knob to turn the wrong way, expecting resistance, expecting the deadbolt to be thrown from the inside. It opened normally. The apartment smelled like itself, stale heat, faint detergent, my own life. I locked the deadbolt and the chain. Then I stood there in the dark entryway, not turning on a light, yet listening like the hallway had followed me in. Nothing. Finally, I reached for the lamp by the couch, the one I always switch on first. The yellow glow spreads into the room like a small safety net. My finger found the switch. Click. Light bloomed, and my stomach turned to ice. An orange line ran across the hallway corner at eye level. Not wrapped around my furniture, not tangled in a mess. Strung, clean, tight. It ran from the corner where my hallway meets the living room, looped around the base of a coat hook, and anchored to a small screw in the wall that I swore had never been used for anything. The cord wasn't blocking the doorway. It wasn't a trip line at shin height. It was positioned where my face would turn when I walked from the bedroom toward the kitchen. Eye level, a line drawn in the air. A statement. I froze so hard my knees locked. The lamp hummed. The room felt too bright and too silent, like the light had exposed a crime that was still happening. My skin crawled. I hadn't heard anyone enter. I hadn't heard a door. The deadbolt had been locked. The chain had been on. And yet the orange cord was inside my apartment, tied with the same neat, competent pressure as the one in the gorge. A knot that bites into itself. Not messy, not rushed, not a prank. A message placed by someone who wanted me to see it and understand it without being able to explain it. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. My mouth tasted like metal. My eyes refused to blink, as if blinking would let it move. I didn't step closer. I didn't touch it. My body remembered the rule: don't reward it with a chase. Don't rush into the thing that wants your reaction. So I stood there under the lamp and let the scene burn into me. Then very slowly, I backed away until my shoulders touched the front door. I reached behind me and checked the deadbolt without taking my eyes off the line. Still locked. Chain still latched. No signs of tampering. No splinters. No forced anything. The rational part of my brain tried to collapse. Maybe you left the cord there. Maybe you forgot. Maybe you're imagining it. Maybe, but the cord was bright and new-looking and wrong in the way only deliberate things are wrong. I swallowed and forced myself to move like a person. I walked to my kitchen drawer and took out my spiral notebook and a pencil. My hand shook so badly, the pencil tip snapped the first time I pressed it to paper. I wrote anyway. Orange cord inside. Eye level, hallway corner. Lamp on at 9:47 p.m. I didn't know why I wrote the time. I just knew the system loved time. Time was its favorite language. Then I did the next thing my brain had turned into ritual. I checked my cameras. I wasn't the kind of guy with a ring of security monitors like a movie. But after October, I'd bought a cheap indoor camera, one of those app-connected ones you stick on a shelf and tell yourself it's peace of mind. It faced the living room and entryway. It wasn't great. It wasn't supposed to be. I opened the app with hands that didn't feel like mine. The feed loaded. My living room appeared on the screen exactly as it was now, lamp on couch, coffee table. No orange line visible from that angle. My stomach tightened again. I scrubbed back on the timeline. 9:30 p.m. I wasn't home yet. The room was dark. 9:40 p.m. Still dark. 9:46 p.m. Still dark. Then a gap. A gray bar. Video unavailable. From 9:46 to 9:48. Exactly the window when I would have been unlocking my door, stepping in, turning on the lamp. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned. A glitch. Sure. Cheap camera, spotty Wi-Fi. A normal explanation that could cover it. Except the gap was too neat. It didn't cover an hour. It didn't cover random times. It covered the exact minutes that mattered. I heard myself laugh once, a short, ugly sound that didn't contain humor, because it felt like the system was smiling at me through technology the same way the men had stared through my windshield, looking through me, waiting for me to react. From somewhere outside my apartment, very faintly, a sound came. Not a knock, not a footstep, a clean, small contact sound. Clack. I went still again, whole body snapping into attention. A few seconds later, clack, then clack, 3, evenly spaced, not in my apartment, outside somewhere I couldn't place. Through the walls, through the hallway, through the world. A signal that didn't need to be loud because it knew I was listening. My hand tightened around my phone so hard my fingers hurt. I didn't go to the door. I didn't look out the peephole. I didn't step into the hallway to see who was there, checking his payment. Instead, I stood in my living room under the warm lamplight and stared at the orange cord like it was a sentence. Not blocking me, not trapping me, just informing me. I can draw lines in your home the same way I drew lines in your camp. I can touch your space without breaking anything, and you will understand exactly what it means. My breath came shallow. My eyes watered not from tears, but from the pressure of not blinking. I wanted to call someone so badly I could taste the need for it. But who do you call when the proof is a cord tied too neatly and a camera gap that looks like coincidence until you know it isn't? Who do you call when the threat is a method? So I did the only thing that felt remotely like control. I reached up slowly, slow enough that if someone was watching, they'd see I wasn't panicking, and I took my cord cutter from my pocket. I didn't cut the line. Not yet. I just held the cutter in my hand and stared at the knot. And in that moment, I realized the most horrifying part of the whole thing. This wasn't about getting into my apartment. It was about seeing whether I'd follow the lesson, whether I'd make noise, whether I'd chase, whether I'd call, whether I'd turn on more light. The system didn't need to hurt me to win. It just needed to keep teaching. And my body, trained by the gorge, already knew the answer it wanted. Chapter 6. The copy. I didn't cut the cord right away. That's the part that still embarrasses me when I admit it even to myself. A normal person would have snapped into action. They would have grabbed scissors, cut it down, thrown it away, called the police, told a neighbor, done anything that created noise and witnesses. They would have refused to let a bright orange line exist inside their home for even a minute. I stood there under my lamplight and watched it like it was a living thing. Because some part of me understood something my pride didn't want to name. The cord wasn't there to trap me. It was there to measure me, to see if I'd do what they wanted. My breath came shallow. I kept swallowing, tasting that metallic adrenaline flavor like pennies under my tongue. My eyes drifted to the camera app still open on my phone, the neat gray gap on the timeline like a missing tooth. Video unavailable. Of course it was. That was the system's favorite kind of proof, the kind that can be dismissed by anyone who wasn't inside your skin. Cheap camera, spotty Wi-Fi, a coincidence. Even the clacks outside could be dismissed. Someone dropping something, a neighbor, pipes, anything. But the orange line inside my hallway corner wasn't dismissible to me because it spoke in the same language as the gorge: clean placement, clean intent, clean meaning. It said without words, I can enter your space and leave without breaking anything. I don't have to chase you to control you. I sat down slowly on the edge of my couch with the cord cutter still in my hand. The motion was careful, like I was lowering myself into water I didn't trust. My legs felt weak, not from exhaustion, but from the constant surge and crash of adrenaline, the way the body burns itself out when it never gets to finish the fear response. I stared at the cord for a long time. The knot was tight-tidy, The tail was tucked in a way that made it hard to grab without tools. Whoever tied it had done it in good light, or with practiced hands, or both. The same kind of hands that had tied the orange cord between saplings at shoulder height in my camp. And that's when the last layer of denial finally peeled off. It didn't matter whether this was the same men. It didn't even matter whether anyone from the gorge had followed me home. The method was the thing. The method could be carried, learned, copied, improved. The woods were not the haunted place. The woods were the training ground. That realization didn't hit me with cinematic dread. It hit me with something colder, like a diagnosis. Like a doctor telling you the symptoms aren't going away because the cause isn't where you thought it was. I thought about the laminated notice on the bulletin board report suspicious behavior. Don't wait. I thought about the deputy's calm voice on the phone. You did the right thing. I thought about my notebook full of pencil marks like a confession. All of it, the truck with lights off, the cooler lid, open, the knife gone, the cord tied at shoulder height. The clacks in the dark had built a specific set of reactions inside me. Blackout. Hold position. Make noise only when it matters. Don't chase. Don't step where they want you to step. Don't reward the bait. And now here in my apartment, with a cord at eye level and a camera gap and 3 clacks outside, I realized I was following those rules automatically. I was being exactly the kind of person that night had trained me to be. A person who doesn't call unless the threat becomes undeniable. A person who doesn't check the door when they hear a sound. A person who stays still and listens and waits to see what the system wants next. My stomach turned. Because training isn't just learning. Training is obedience dressed up as skill. I looked at the orange cord again and saw it as a test. Proof offered like bait. Come closer. Touch it. React. Confirm you're still playing. I didn't want to be playing, but the truth was I had been playing since October. The only thing that had changed was the location. My hands stopped shaking for a moment the way they sometimes do when your mind commits to one action and narrows everything else out. I stood up and walked into the kitchen. Not running, not frantic, controlled, like I'd been taught. I pulled a roll of clear tape from a drawer and a Sharpie from a cup by the microwave. My movements were smooth, almost calm. That calmness scared me more than the cord did. I opened the cabinet above the sink, the one where I keep plates and mugs, and emptied a small space on the inside wall. Then I tore a strip of paper from my notebook, the paper thin and cheap and familiar under my fingers. I wrote in block letters so I couldn't pretend later I hadn't meant it. If it shows you proof, don't reward it with a chase. I stared at the sentence for a few seconds, letting it settle into my chest like a new bone. Then I taped it inside the cabinet door at eye level where I'd see it every morning when I reached for a cup, where it would become part of my routine the way the deadbolt had become part of my routine. A rule. My dad's rules had been about weather and bears and roads. This rule was about something else entirely. I went back to the hallway with the cord cutter in my hand. The orange line sat there unchanged as if it hadn't noticed my little act of defiance. I took one careful step forward, then another, stopping at the edge of it. My heart beat steady now, not because I was safe, but because I was focused. I raised the cutter and slid the guarded blade against the taut cord. For half a second, I hesitated. Not because I didn't want to cut it, because I didn't want to prove to myself how easy it was to follow the lesson. Then I pressed. The cord snapped with a soft, clean sound, not loud like the guideline in the woods, just a quiet break like a thread being cut. The 2 ends fell, one dropping to the floor, one springing back against the wall with a faint tap. I picked it up with 2 fingers, and held it away from me like it was dirty. The knot was still intact. Tight. Perfect. I carried it to the trash can and dropped it in. Then I took the trash bag out immediately and tied it off, not wanting it to stay in my apartment, not wanting to wake up and see it again like a snakeskin. I set the bag outside my door, then stopped realizing how that looked trash left in the hallway, inviting someone to tamper. I brought it back in and shoved it under the sink out of sight, as if hiding it would make it less real. The clacks didn't come again that night. No footsteps, no voices, no truck idling, just my building settling normal sounds returning as if nothing had happened. I sat on my couch until the lamplight made my eyes ache, waiting for my heart to slow down enough to sleep. When I finally went to bed, it wasn't relief I felt. It was disgust. Not at whoever had tied the cord, at myself. Because even though I'd cut it, even though I'd written my new rule and taped it inside the cabinet like a charm, I knew the truth. The system didn't need the woods. The woods had just been where it first taught me the language. Now I was fluent, and lying in my dark bedroom with my phone face down listening to the building breathe, I admitted something I didn't want to admit. I hated that I was getting good at this. Chapter 7. The Rule Wins. After the orange cord showed up inside my apartment, I stopped entertaining the fantasy that I could wait it out. Waiting had become part of the system. Waiting was the posture it wanted from me, quiet, inward, obedient. So I did what every practical man eventually does when fear becomes an inventory problem. I tried to handle it like a job. I made a folder. That sounds ridiculous, like something a bored person does to feel important. But my whole life has been built around fixing problems that don't fix themselves. If a door closer keeps slamming, you don't sit in your office and hope it learns manners. You adjust it. You replace it. You document it. You create a paper trail so nobody can pretend it didn't happen. I went into my kitchen drawer and pulled out my spiral notebook. I took out the old paper map with the crooked plate characters on the back, the tape stiff where I'd sealed the property receipt into the fold like a relic. I printed screenshots from the camera app showing the video unavailable gap. I wrote a clean timeline on a new sheet of paper, dates, times, details. I included the volunteer patrol's name from the card the deputy had given me, because I'd kept that too, tucked behind my map like a talisman. I stared at the pile on my table and felt a strange relief. Paper makes things feel solvable. It turns fear into a checklist. I called the sheriff's office and asked to speak with someone about an ongoing harassment concern tied to a previous case. The woman on the phone transferred me to a deputy whose name I didn't recognize. I drove over on my lunch break, folder in hand, wearing my work jacket like armor. The sheriff's office smelled like disinfectant and old coffee. The lobby had the usual things: bulletin boards with missing persons flyers, a sign about concealed, carry a rack of pamphlets about domestic violence resources. There was a TV bolted to the wall playing a muted news channel. I checked the corners without meaning to. Habit. A man in a uniform eventually called my name and led me down a hallway that felt too much like a hospital: beige walls, fluorescent lights, doors that closed with soft clicks. He wasn't Deputy Collins. He introduced himself as Deputy Harrelson. Mid-30s, tired eyes, polite in the way people are when they're already bracing for something strange. We sat in a small room with a table bolted to the floor. There was a camera in the corner. A poster on the wall about reporting suspicious activity. The air was too dry. Harrelson looked at my folder like he didn't know whether it was going to contain something serious or something crazy. "What can I do for you?" he asked. I took a breath and reminded myself of the plan. Practical, calm, facts. I had an incident back in October, I began. Roadside campsite near Chimney Top. White pickup. 2 men. Volunteer patrol intervened. I gave a statement. I gave plate characters. Deputy Collins called me later. They made arrests. Harrelson nodded slowly. Okay. I slid the map across the table. The paper was soft from handling the tape stiff where the receipt was attached. That's my note, I said, pointing to the crooked plate sequence. That's the case number. I flipped the map carefully to show the receipt, the county header, the itemized line for the knife. That's the property receipt they mailed me. Knife recovered as evidence. Harrelson leaned forward, reading his expression neutral. I pulled out the screenshots next. This is from my indoor camera. There's a gap on the timeline 2 minutes right around when an orange cord appeared inside my apartment. He looked up at me then, and I could see the moment his mind tried to choose between categories: crime, mental health, nuisance, prank. I didn't let him sit in that uncertainty. I know how it sounds, I said quickly. I'm not saying someone teleported into my home. I'm saying someone is messing with me. Deliberately. The same kind of marker as the campsite. Orange cord at shoulder height. It's a signature. Harrelson tapped the paper once with his finger. And you saw who did this? No, I admitted. I didn't see anyone. I heard 3 clacks like rocks struck together outside my apartment that same night. And the cord was tied clean. Tight. Not something that happens by accident. He sat back slightly. You call us that night. No, I said, and I hated myself for it, because I didn't have something I could explain cleanly. I didn't want to sound like you were imagining it. He finished, not unkindly. I nodded. Harrelson looked at the folder again. The October incident that's in the system, I can pull it. But this, he gestured toward the camera screenshots and my notes. This is harder. Without a suspect, without a direct threat, without entry signs. I know, I said. My voice sharpened despite my attempt at calm. But it's escalating. It's inside my home now. He held up a hand. I hear you. I'm not dismissing it. I'm telling you what I can do. He swiveled his monitor toward himself and typed for a minute, eyes scanning. Okay, he said. So the October case is real. There are charges, yes. One defendant in the system, another. He paused. The second was handled later. That part checks out. I felt a small, bitter satisfaction. Proof. Confirmation. Something solid. Harrelson continued. For the apartment incident, we can file a report. We can note your concern. We can add it as supplemental information to the existing case if the suspect connection is plausible. Is it, I asked too quickly? He paused. Maybe. But here's the problem. Those men were arrested. If they're in custody or under restrictions, it's less likely they're physically doing it. Could be someone associated. Could be copycats. Could be unrelated. It's hard to tie. Copycats. The ranger's words came back. Some people copy what they hear. The method. I swallowed hard. So what do I do? Harrelson exhaled. You keep documenting. You call if there's a direct threat or you see someone. If someone tries your door. If you see a vehicle matching description loitering. If you get a message. Something actionable. We can increase patrols in your area, but it's limited. We can't post a deputy outside your apartment because you heard a sound and found a cord. He didn't say it cruelly. He said it like a man explaining the weight limit on a bridge. Bureaucracy doesn't care if you're terrified. It cares if your fear fits into a form. He pulled out a notepad and wrote, "Give me your address. I'll do the supplemental report. I'll attach what you brought." That's not nothing. I gave him my address and phone number. He asked a few more questions, times, dates, whether I had enemies, whether I'd had issues with neighbors. He asked if I'd taken the cord to be tested. No, I said. I threw it away. He nodded, not judging, but the small tightening of his mouth said it mattered. When we were done, he stood and walked me back to the lobby. "You did the right thing coming in," he said at the door. "I mean that." I almost laughed. The phrase "you did the right thing" had become a soundtrack in my life, and none of it felt like the right thing. It felt like survival in a system that could only help you if you got hurt enough to prove you needed help. I drove back to work with the folder gone from my passenger seat and felt emptier than I had when I arrived. Because now the fear had been handed to authority, and authority had put it into a file, and files don't protect you at 2:13 a.m. That night I decided I would end it another way. Not violently, not illegally, not dramatically, practically. If the system was measuring my reactions, then I would control what it got to measure. I called Caleb and asked if he could come over the next night. He made a joke. "You finally inviting me to your bachelor pad," but his voice shifted when I didn't laugh. "Yeah," I said. I want someone here, overnight." There was a pause. "You okay?" "I'm fine," I lied, then corrected myself. "I'm not, but I don't want to talk about it on the phone." "Can you just come by?" "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, man, I'll come." The next evening, I did everything I could to make my apartment less inviting to shadows. I changed the bulbs in my hallway lamp to brighter LEDs. I put an extra light on in the kitchen. I opened my curtains slightly so streetlight could spill in. I charged my phone and kept it off silent. I set my car keys on the counter in full view like I wasn't afraid of them disappearing. I even did something I wasn't proud of. I left a harmless marker. Not a trap. Not a weapon. Just a test. I placed 2 smooth stones on my doormat again, stacked carefully the way they'd been before. If someone moved them, I'd know. If someone left another sign, I'd have an interaction point. Caleb arrived around 9 carrying a 6-pack and a takeout bag, like he was trying to make it a normal hangout. We ate on my couch. We watched a basketball game. He talked about his kid and his job and all the small, ordinary frustrations of being alive. I tried to listen, but my ears kept reaching past his voice to the building's quieter sounds. The hallway, the stairwell, the window. Around midnight, Caleb fell asleep on my couch, one arm draped over his stomach, like a guy who trusts the world. His breathing was deep and unguarded. Watching him sleep made me feel both jealous and ashamed. I went to bed in my room and left the door cracked because I couldn't stand the idea of closing myself into a box. I didn't turn the lights off completely. I left the kitchen light on low. I left the hallway lamp on. I told myself that if something wanted darkness, I'd deny it. If something wanted me alone, I'd deny it. If something wanted to test my reactions, I'd refuse to react. And then I lay there awake, waiting to see what would happen. Nothing happened. No clacks, no whistle, no camera gap, no cord, no stones moved. The building stayed quiet in the normal way. Pipes ticked, the refrigerator cycled, a neighbor flushed a toilet. Caleb snored softly on my couch. At 2:13 a.m., my eyes opened anyway. My body still woke right on schedule as if the appointment was internal now. I lay there listening, expecting the proof moment to arrive, expecting the system to press its finger into my life again. Nothing. The absence was not relief. It was worse, because it felt intentional. It felt like being ignored on purpose. It felt like the system was standing just outside the circle of my light, watching me hold my breath, choosing not to move, not because it couldn't, but because it didn't need to. It had already proven what it wanted to prove, that it could act whenever it wanted, and that I would still wake for it, even when it stayed silent. The next morning, the stones on my doormat were still stacked exactly as I'd placed them. Caleb yawned and stretched and said, "See nothing. You just needed a night to chill." I nodded and let him believe that. But as I walked him out, I caught the faintest smell of damp grit in the hallway, cold, earthy, like wet dirt on wood. There was no visible line on the baseboard, no orange fiber I could point to, just the suggestion of it, a ghost of evidence. As Caleb walked down the stairs, I stood in my doorway and realized the last cruel truth of my attempt at control. The system didn't need to win by attacking. It could win by choosing when not to. And that choice, its silence, was the loudest thing I'd heard yet. Chapter 7. The Rule Wins. After Caleb stayed over and nothing happened, I should have felt better. Instead, I felt like I'd been studied. The silence didn't soothe me. It sharpened me. It made me question my own senses even more than the clacks did, because now I couldn't tell the difference between nothing and something choosing not to show itself. I went back to my notebook and read my own handwriting like it belonged to someone else. 213 awake clacks. Orange fiber laundry. Not wrong. Cord inside camera gap. The entries looked obsessive when they were grouped like that, like a man trying to build a story out of static, like a person a deputy would smile at and file away. So I changed tactics. If paper could be dismissed as paranoia, then I'd use something colder. Audio. I started recording voice memos the way some people start praying again when they're scared. Not the dramatic kind of recording where you whisper into your phone and tell a future audience what happened. I wasn't trying to become a podcast. I wasn't trying to make my fear into content. I was trying to anchor myself to reality. A voice memo is simple. It catches sound and time. It proves that a minute existed. So every time I woke at 2:13, I'd pick up my phone, careful not to turn on the screen too bright, and record 10 seconds. Nothing fancy, just room tone. The hum of my refrigerator, the building breathing, the distant rush of traffic. Sometimes I'd whisper a note at the end, just a phrase to label it. 2:13, nothing. Or 2:13, 3 clacks, couldn't place it. Or orange fiber found in lint. Tuesday. My voice sounded strange on those recordings, flat, controlled, like someone speaking into a police body cam. I didn't like hearing it, but I kept doing it anyway because the act of recording made me feel less alone with my own perception. If I couldn't trust my mind, maybe I could trust a file. The memos started stacking up in my phone. A neat list with dates and timestamps. Evidence or the illusion of evidence. I backed them up automatically because my phone does that. Cloud storage, modern life, files living in places you can't see. Some nights I caught myself recording not because anything happened, but because I was afraid something would. The fear began to circle itself. I was documenting the absence of proof, hoping the absence would count as something. One Thursday near the end of March, I came home late. The day had been long broken lock on a stairwell door at work, a complaint about a buzzing light fixture, a trash compactor jammed in the loading dock, mechanical problems, solvable problems. The kind of work that makes you believe the world is built on screws and bolts instead of hidden intent. I ate a cold sandwich standing at the counter. I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't call anyone. I washed a plate and listened to the water run, the only sound I could control. When I went to bed, I told myself I wouldn't record tonight. I told myself I was done feeding the pattern. My phone stayed face down on the nightstand. My eyes closed, and then of course my eyes opened. 2:13 a.m., like a clock inside my ribcage. I lay there in the dark, furious at myself and at whatever had trained me. The room was still. No clacks, no footsteps, No soft hallway noises that didn't belong. Just the refrigerator hum and the faint hiss of the vent. I didn't reach for my phone. I stayed still and tried to ride the moment out the way you ride out a wave when you're swimming too far from shore. A minute passed, then another. My heart slowed slightly. The adrenaline thinned. Maybe tonight would be different. Then I heard something small and familiar from the kitchen. A subtle change in the refrigerator's hum, its cycle shifting. A low note dropping, then rising again. And in that sound, my body remembered the worst detail from the October camp. The cooler lid opened, the cold air spilling out, as if the cooler had exhaled. I clenched my jaw and forced myself to stay still. No clacks came. No proof. Eventually, I drifted back under. Morning arrived like it always does, pale light through blinds, the building waking with pipes and footsteps and distant doors. I went to work. I fixed a couple of small things. I smiled when someone told a joke. I nodded in meetings. I pretended I wasn't living two lives, the public one and the one that listened. That evening while I ate dinner, my phone buzzed with a cloud notification. New audio file uploaded. I stared at the screen. I hadn't recorded anything since... I scrolled. Not since last night, and last night I deliberately not recorded. My stomach tightened as if a belt had been cinched around it. I opened the Voice Memos app. There it was. A new file at the top of the list, time-stamped at 2:13 a.m. Title 38.0437-83.6842 coordinates. Not the ones from before. Or maybe they were the numbers blurred for a second, because my hands started shaking. I didn't create that file. I didn't name it. I didn't even open the app at 2:13 last night. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned, waiting for my brain to offer a normal explanation. Sync error, duplicate upload, glitch. But the file was new. Different length, different title. It sat there quietly, like it had always belonged. My thumb hovered over it. Every rule I'd written, every coping mechanism, every don't reward it with a chase note taped inside my cabinet screamed at me to not engage. If it shows you proof, don't reward it with a chase. But the proof was already here, sitting on my phone like a hand on my shoulder. Not playing it felt like letting the system keep its secret. Playing it felt like doing exactly what it wanted. I pressed play. At first it was nothing. Room tone. The soft hiss of silence captured by a phone microphone. A faint electronic noise floor. The kind of audio you delete without thinking. Then under that something familiar. My refrigerator hum. The same cycle, the same low note, the same slight shift that happens when it changes gears. A sound so ordinary you don't notice it until you've been trained to. My skin prickled, because that meant the recording wasn't happening out in the woods. It wasn't a random sound from outside. It was my apartment, my kitchen, my life. I held the phone closer, listening harder. The audio was quiet, like the phone had been left on a table or inside a drawer, not held in someone's hand. A few seconds of nothing. Then a soft sound that made my stomach drop through the floor. Breathing, not loud, not dramatic. Just the faint rise and fall of a human breath close to the microphone. My breath. I recognized it the way you recognize your own voice in a recording, even when you hate hearing it. The slight catch on inhale. The small pause before exhale. The rhythm my body falls into when I'm trying not to make noise. I froze. I didn't realize I'd stopped moving until my legs started to ache from being held too still. The recording continued. Room tone, fridge hum, my breathing, and then far in the distance, faint but clean like a sound made on purpose, 3 small contact sounds. Clack, 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 evenly spaced. The same pattern that had come down the slope above our camp. The same pattern that had echoed outside my apartment. My mouth went dry. I listened again, rewinding slightly, forcing myself to confirm what I'd heard because my brain kept trying to refuse it. There it was. 3. Measured. As if someone wanted to make sure I recognized it. My thumb trembled on the screen. The audio continued for another 10 seconds. Stillness. Then something else so subtle I almost missed it. A chime. Not from my phone. From the building. The elevator down the hall makes a specific sound when it reaches the second floor, a short electronic chime followed by a soft thud as the doors slide. My building's elevator is old. It has a tired, distinctive tone. That chime was in the recording, which meant the phone had been recording when the elevator moved. From inside my apartment, at 2:13 a.m. when I was asleep. My stomach rolled. The room around me seemed to tilt slightly the way it does when you realize your assumptions have been wrong. I stopped the playback. The sudden silence in my kitchen felt too loud. I sat down slowly at the table because my knees weren't sure they could do their job. I stared at my phone like it was a living thing. The file title coordinates stared back. A location, a claim, a way of naming a place without using words. I thought of how the October night had begun, 2 men staring through our windshield, as if waiting for someone behind it. I thought of the orange cord tied at shoulder height, the clean knots, the cooler lid left open like a mouth, the knife taken not for value but for message. This recording felt like that, not an attack, a message, a violation designed to be discovered. A way of saying I can be inside your space and you will have no clean story to tell about it. I wanted to stand up, to check the locks, to search the apartment, to tear open drawers, look under furniture, inspect every corner for a hidden phone. But the rule in my cabinet stared in my mind. If it shows you proof, don't reward it with a chase. The proof wasn't meant to be acted on. It was meant to be lived with. That was the real cruelty. It didn't want me to catch anyone. It wanted me to accept that catching was impossible. The recording wasn't a warning. It was a receipt, a proof of transaction. It said I was here. You were asleep. And I can make you hear it whenever I want. My hands stopped shaking, not because I was calm, but because my body had moved into a colder gear, the one it uses when panic is useless. I set the phone face down on the table like I was putting a lid on something dangerous, and in the quiet kitchen with the refrigerator humming like a heart and the building settling around me, I understood the final shape of the system. It didn't need to hurt me. It only needed to remind me that it could. And that reminder, clean recorded, time-stamped, was enough to keep me obedient forever. Chapter 7. The rule wins. That night, I didn't do anything dramatic. No frantic calls, no sprint through my apartment flipping on every light, no half-cocked plan to catch whoever had recorded me. I didn't even replay the file again because I could still hear it in my head, the soft room tone, my own breathing, the elevator chime, the 3 clacks laid into the silence like fingerprints. Instead, I did what I had been trained to do. I put the phone face down. It sounds small, stupid even. But it was a choice, and the choice mattered. Face down meant I wouldn't see the screen light up. Face down meant the file couldn't pull my eyes the way a headlamp beam pulls a moth. Face down meant I could pretend for a few hours that the proof didn't exist. I washed my dishes. I wiped my counters. I took out the trash. I did small domestic tasks the way people do when they're trying to convince themselves they still live in a normal life. My hands moved by routine, but my mind stayed fixed on the idea of that recording happening inside my apartment while I slept. Not a break-in, not a forced door, a presence with patience. I checked my deadbolt once before bed, just once. That was my attempt at rebellion, my attempt at not becoming the man who checks 3 times, who builds rituals like cages. The deadbolt was thrown, the chain was latched, the window locks were down. I went to my bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed with my shoes still on, listening. The building made its usual noises, pipes ticking, a neighbor's television murmuring faintly through the wall, someone above me shifting furniture or maybe just walking. Ordinary. I waited for the clacks. They didn't come. That absence should have been relief. Instead, it felt like a hand hovering just above my shoulder, refusing to touch. I lay down without turning the lamp off completely. A weak amber glow from the living room leaked into my bedroom, turning the corners soft. I stared at the ceiling and tried to breathe like a person who hadn't been trained to wake at a specific minute. Eventually, exhaustion dragged me under. When my eyes opened, it wasn't with panic this time. It was with a slow, sick awareness, like waking from a dream you can't fully remember, but still feel in your bones. The room was dark. The building was quiet. No storm, no wind, no rain. My phone sat face down on the nightstand like a secret. I didn't look at the clock. I didn't need to. Time had become a texture in my body, and I knew where I was inside it. I lay there and listened for a long time. Nothing. No clacks, no footsteps, no whisper through a radio squelch. Just the soft, steady hum of my refrigerator cycling in the kitchen, breath in, breath out. At some point, the air in the room felt slightly colder, the way it does right before the heat kicks on. My skin tightened. I waited for the familiar click of the vent. It didn't come. The quiet stayed too complete. I turned my head slightly and stared at the faint rectangle of the window, the blind slats cutting the night into thin gray bars. My own breath sounded too loud. I tried to slow it, like slowing it would make me smaller. And then I saw it. Not in the dark, not clearly. I felt it first, the same crawling sensation I'd felt in the gorge when we walked back into camp, and knew it was wrong before we saw the details. A wrongness near the floor. I sat up, slowly moving, like I didn't want to disturb whatever had already disturbed my space. My bare feet touched the laminate. Cold. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and leaned forward. There, along the baseboard near the foot of the bed, was a thin line of damp grit. Not scattered dust, not a spill. A drag mark, narrow, continuous wet dirt, and tiny wood fibers smeared in a straight path, as if something had been pulled across the floor with steady pressure. It looked exactly like the line I'd found before, only this one was fresher. The grit was darker. The moisture hadn't evaporated yet. It held its shape like a signature. My stomach tightened so hard it felt like a cramp. I stared at the line and didn't move. I didn't stand up to follow it. I didn't turn on the bedroom light to see where it began or ended, because following it would be checking, and checking would be confirming. I sat there on the edge of my bed, hunched in the dark, listening to the refrigerator hum and the building's distant settling noises, and I realized something cold enough to make my skin prickle. The rules I thought I'd learned weren't safety rules. They weren't about being careful. They weren't about surviving the woods or outsmarting bad men in a pickup. They were behavioral rules, a script, a way of moving that kept the system interested. Black out. Hold position. Don't go to the road unless you have to. Don't show light. Don't call unless it escalates. Don't chase the proof. Each rule was framed as survival, but together they formed something else: obedience. Not because someone was forcing me, Because the pattern had taught me that obedience reduced harm. Because every time I obeyed, the worst thing didn't happen. And the absence of the worst thing became the reward. My phone sat face down on the nightstand, the new file still inside it like a tumor you refuse to name. I could delete it. I could throw the phone into the trash. I could smash it. I could call Deputy Harrelson. I could wake Caleb and demand he come over again. I could do 100 human things that people do when they want to feel in control. I did none of them. I stayed sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at the damp grit line, and I waited for my heart to stop trying to outrun my ribs. My palm was slick with sweat. I didn't remember sweating. The room wasn't warm. It was just my body leaking fear in the quiet. I lifted my hand and wiped it against my thigh, then against the edge of the sheet, an absent-minded gesture, a habit. Something snagged against my fingertip. I looked down. A tiny orange fiber clung to the pad of my finger, bright in the dim light leaking from the hallway. It was so small it could have been lint. It was the exact shade of the cord. It stayed stuck even when I rubbed my thumb over it. I held my breath. The fiber felt like a joke, like a signature, like a kiss left on skin. Not enough to prove anything to anyone. Enough to prove something to me. I stared at it until my eyes watered, not from tears, but from the strain of refusing to blink. The absurd thought came unwanted and true. It wasn't outside my life anymore. It was on me, in my lint, in my knots, in my records, in my wake-ups, in my rules. I lowered my hand slowly and let the fiber remain because pulling it off felt like another form of reaction, another kind of chase. My phone stayed face down. The deadbolt stayed locked. The drag mark stayed on the floor. And the building stayed quiet in the normal way that suddenly felt like the most unnatural thing of all. I sat there until dawn thinned the window into a pale rectangle, until the world started making its safe noises again, pipes, distant doors, a neighbor's alarm muffled through a wall. Then I reached for my